Hey, I'm going to start.
Just so we don't have trouble again, the doors are locked.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming to the HPC special meeting. I think we're going to try to start now. We're recording, right? Okay, good. All right. All right. Welcome to the special monthly meeting for the Historic Preservation Commission. It's Tuesday, May 14th, 2024, approximately 5 p.m. Elizabeth, would you like to take the roll? Oh, I got to read sorry. Pursuant to Section 13 of the Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of the time and place of this meeting was given by posting prominently on the official bulletin board in the municipal complex, 400 Witherspoon Street, a schedule of the regular special Princeton Historic Preservation Commission meetings for the year 2024, which posting is to be maintained throughout the year, and by transmitting a copy of such schedule to the Princeton Packet, Town Topics, the Trenton Times, and Comcast Cable of New Jersey, and by filing a copy thereof with the clerk of Princeton, New Jersey. Okay, sorry, now for the roll call.
Ms. Satterfield? Here. Mr. Shatskin?
Here.
Ms. Howard, she's recused. Mr. Pyle? Here. Mr. Endersby?
Here.
Ms. Friedman?
Here.
Mr. Shore?
Here.
Chair Capozzoli.
Here. So this is a continuation of yesterday's hearing. Application of 344 Nassau LLC, preliminary and final major site plan and application for historic preservation plan review, Jugtown Historic District, NJ NRHP Jugtown Historic District, and Kings Highway Historic District, Block 3201, Lot 24, Zone NB AH02, P2322, 308P, 77 HP 2023. All right, thank you. I'm going to hand it right over to the applicants because we were just in the middle of their presentation. And yes, Elizabeth?
Madam Chair, if I could just make an announcement to the public that if you cannot hear the presentation, please let us know so we can get closer to the microphone. And also, there is a sign-up sheet in the back if you'd like to speak. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Also, hopefully we can take a break around 6:45 for like 15 minutes or so, just to give people a short pause. So anyway, that's what we'll shoot for.
Good evening. I'm Chris Tarr, the applicant's attorney. We were finished with Mr. Kamalik, the engineer, and our next witness is Marina Rubina, the architect.
Last
You'll
name
swear her in and we'll spell the last?
Rubina. I do. Yes. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay?
Go ahead.
Great. I'm a registered architect in the state of New Jersey and the state of California. I have been practicing in New Jersey for 17 years. Prior to that, I was practicing in California. I hold both master's degrees in architecture and structural engineering from the University of California at Berkeley. I was a member of the Municipal Site Plan Review Advisory Board I'm a board member of Princeton's Future. And I have been an invited speaker at Princeton University, and most recently just got back from a conference from Main Street America Now. I think.
Oh, we accept your qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Endersby gave a presentation last night, and I understand that you restructured it and passed it on to Elizabeth so it could be held in the Historic Preservation Commission's files. So that was done this morning. I know you have a couple comments you want to make about that presentation, and why don't we go ahead and, if I may, have you speak to that.
Absolutely. So first of all, thank you so much for all the care and heart that you put into your presentation, and thank you for Elizabeth for working with me, and we were able to organize the file, and I think it's uploaded to the municipal website. Yay. So there are 3 particular points that I would like to make at the outset, and then as we go along, I will refer to the specific points and try to point them out. But if I forget, hopefully my team members will remind me. So one very important point that we discussed the historic building, and you will see in our presentation where the existing facade at the building as it stands right now is visible, as opposed to where it's been sort of enveloped or hugged by the 1985 edition. So as we go along, I will try to point that out so that everybody could be understanding. And where our new building attaches to the historic building, and we will show this throughout the presentation, is the same location where it is currently attached to. The second point, I was actually very excited that I was excited about the same details and moments in the historic building that you are, so we will be referring to some of the same elements. And another important point that you brought up is the rear building wall that is now on the interior will remain on the interior, and there may have been some confusion. I'll try to point it out that we're not building on top of that wall, we're building next to that wall, so that the existing wall is there, and then the new wall will be right next to it. So hopefully, if I forget to point that out as we move along, somebody will remind me. All right, so is it okay to start? Please. Excellent. So we had a wonderful presentation yesterday from Ulrich, and he's not the only person who is passionate about this property. And we're going to refer to Clifford Zink book that he recently published, and he's here in the audience. So what was, yes, thank you. I also got a copy, and I have read it. And what I found, I apologize. I don't know whether I should be looking up there or over here. Anyway, I'll try. So what I found really interesting is how Clifford describes the buildings and the artifacts, but he also describes the residents. And I think that's really critical, to me at least, as I was working on the building, try to think about what were the historic uses. And on page 6, Clifford says, the residents of and proprietors of more modest means were living in Jugtown. And then throughout the book, he refers to many different professions and people who lived and worked in the neighborhood. So these were farmers, postmaster, merchants, bank house was there, tanning yard was there, leather shop was there, making jugs and pipes, multiple different things. Pork packing shop, a paint shop, a wheelwright shop, a blacksmith shop, a carriage shop, hay packing, dentists, educators, and many more. So this picture that is not part of Clifford's book, but it is also from the Historical Society, I find really exciting. This is the Jugtown Band and the crowd at the parade of special events. And I find it really special that this place had lots of people living there. And interestingly, Clifford continues to provide us multiple descriptions. So there were a cluster of houses, shops, and workplaces, people living and working in the same place, both owners and tenants, description of people living in a large home, triple house, and attics. So if we were to convert this to modern language, I would say this is a mixed-use neighborhood. I don't think they would have called it back then, but to me, this is a mixed-use neighborhood. So now this was, as we read in Clifford's book, a vibrant place where people both lived and worked. So we outlined here sort of our immediate neighbors, and I think Daniel went through and showed what other surrounding buildings are. So here's the podiatrist. This is the municipal building right here with the Public Works parking lot. Oh, it's not, my cursor's not showing on the big screen? Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, goodness. Well, I'm just going to be describing. So Strange Wiggle Jiggle is the Whole Earth parking lot in the back. You could see the Whole Earth. And to the right upper corner, that's the Bank of America in the parking lot. So in this entire orange-colored section, there's one dwelling unit right now. So just a reminder that, remember the vibrant neighborhood of mixed uses and people both living and working. At the moment, it's down to one residential unit. So as we continue discussing how we came about the design, we also carefully reviewed the documents that were provided to us from residents in the neighborhood, and they quoted the Charter of New Urbanism. We happen to be fans of New Urbanism as well. So we provide here some inspiration that is found in the most recent 2024 Charter of the New Urbanism. And to me, this is really critical. This is a picture and a title from the New Urbanism website, which New Urbanism is inclusive urbanism. What this means is that this is in the neighborhood of multiple uses, multiple sizes of places where people could live and work, walk to other places. So in their specific charter, they say that neighborhoods should be compact, pedestrian-friendly, and mixed use. Many activities of daily living should occur within walking distance, allowing independence for those who don't drive. Within neighborhoods, a broad range of housing types and price levels can bring people of diverse ages, races, and incomes into daily interactions, strengthening the personal and civic bonds essential to an authentic community. So we really take this to heart and hope that the addition of these 15 new units in this location will really help us achieve this new urbanism. This photograph yesterday from the Historical Society. So basically this is our starting point, but I think what I would like to tell here is, and very much similar to what Ulrich was talking about yesterday, buildings develop over time. This is a story of change. This is a story of growth. How things evolve is really, the story of change is what we call history. So that's how we approach this. This is the inspiration for this design. And I will try to walk you through and see what you guys think. So these, I know this is completely unreadable. Don't worry. This is here just to, we'll have zoom-ins coming up, but these are, we have acquired copies of the original drawing. This is dated 1984. Their drawings dated 1984 and 85 from when the addition was done. So now hopefully this is readable. So this is going to be an issue that I can't point. We're just going to have to talk with our hands here. So the yellow L-shaped building is the historic building, and as you can see, the highlighted in the, what are we going to call it, red-orange, is the building that was approved in these drawings in 1984-85, and I'm assuming was constructed around 85, maybe 86. So as you could see that this, I can't point. So the portion where the building attaches is going to continue. This is what we're proposing. And because I was helping with the file yesterday, just so everybody understands, that beautiful facade that Ulrich was talking about, that's that side of the building, right? So no changes proposed at that side of the building whatsoever. So again, this is the ground floor plan indicating the historic portion of the building and the building that was built around 1985, and just wanted to provide the measurements that 68% of the exterior perimeter of the building that it stands right now is not historic. There's a little bit of a confusion what's new and what's old. So in some of the documents that we provided, or there were reports, I'm going to point this out, and I will show this later, that where the historic building is going to be connected to the new building is the same, but we are proposing a new opening, and that opening is located approximately in the location where there used to be an opening. So see, in 1985, when they colored that in, that's where there used to be an opening, and it was closed in 1985. And I guess, this is my interpretation, is you see that little wooden addition, that's probably why that opening was there, to go back and forth. Okay, so this is the second floor plan, as you can see. So on the first floor plan, sorry, let me go back. So you see that kind of an interesting curved bathroom. Everybody could see that from the backyard. So on the second floor plan, the same similar very configuration, the red building attaches to the yellow historic portion of the building, and again, we're going to maintain that exact connection. All right, so on the roof plan, as you could see, so the yellow portion is the original historic building, the red is the 1984 addition. As you could see, those gables are overlapping on top of the historic building. And this portion of the roof that is currently the historic building will be modified. It is my opinion as a professional architect that in order to attach that new roof, at least some portion of that highlighted dotted line had to be modified. I would have a hard time believing that no modifications were made, but that's my interpretation. I don't know for sure. So just to summarize that, what I believe is that prior to 1985, the historic building was likely freestanding. In 1985, a major addition covered 33% of the exterior perimeter of the historic building. Currently, what we're proposing is no change to where the additional perimeter of the let me read that again. Current proposal will not change any additional perimeter of the historic walls. Current proposal is to keep the 1985 addition facing Nassau Street just the way it is, and we're proposing removing the portion that is facing the parking lot and connecting the existing building at the exact same location. Daniel started walking everybody through where it is in real life, and I'm going to try to do the same. So here you could see on the bottom the orange bracket indicates the historic building, and then we try to highlight it to be very clear. So it is a little confusing, but the portion on the right is not historic, and that facade is the one that has been painted over those beautiful brick design. And this is from the corner. Again, this is the historic portion, and that portion on the right-hand side behind the tree is not historic. And then additional image this way. Again, here highlighting the historic portion. This is the back. So here we're having most of this portion is the addition as you saw in those 1985 drawings. And let's see where we're going. Okay, great. So Now I'm on the ground floor plan, so I will try to walk you through here. So as you could see, the dark gray walls outline the historic building and the 1985 addition that is remaining and facing Nassau Street. So as I was saying, no changes are proposed on that side. Am I missing anything on this one? So the ground floor is going to be commercial, as it is encouraged in the affordable housing overlay zoning. The parking lot is remaining at the same location, approximately where it is right now. And some of the building utilities that are included in this are, there's bicycle parking, there's trash and recycling, all the important things that modern day we need. Did I miss anything on that one?
We have an elevator there.
Oh, yeah, right. Well, yes. So just too bad we can't point. So there are multiple ways of entering into the building. So we expect that the front door will be the 1985 door that is facing Nassau Street. There's also access from the parking lot. If one were to park in the garage, one can enter and arrive at the same lobby from the same side. There's an elevator that is going upstairs. Oh, and this is a good place to start pointing it out. So you see the gray wall and the red wall are next to each other, right? So there's where the gray wall is the historic wall, and we're building next to it. All right, so there was a little bit of confusion of where the historic building is in relationship to the property line. So based on our survey that was performed by our civil engineer and surveyor, you see that dark line labeled property line, and then these are measured from that line. So the corner of the existing historic building is 10.5 inches. It's not parallel to the line. Then it increases to 4 feet. And as our civil engineer was describing yesterday, we're setting ours 5 feet, so that allows us to move that sidewalk so that we could provide a safer pedestrian place there to be. Okay, so this portion here, hopefully understood correctly, this is where you could see that we're connecting the new building location opening at the existing historic building is located, attaches at the exact same location. And then there were already openings in that wall connecting towards the back. And what we're doing is we're connecting at approximately the same location. So moving upstairs, these are multi-family units. So, multi-family building with residential units. So we color-coded to demonstrate what are the bedroom counts, but really how many units and where they're located. So another important thing to notice, because this is an affordable housing overlay and affordable housing units are included, we need to make sure that this building has an elevator. There's no choice about this. And because the new portion of the building and the existing portion of the building will have different floor heights, we need to locate the elevator adjacent to the historic building so that we could provide access. We don't have a choice. We can't not provide elevator access to the historic building. I wish I could just say, look, I don't need to provide wheelchair accessibility. That's a building code requirement. I can't do anything about it. So as you could see, the colored portion, so the magenta is the 3-bedroom unit, the light blue are the 1-bedroom units, and the dark blue are the 2-bedroom units. And as you could see, the portion that's not colored in the middle is a hallway and 2 staircases that are, again, building code requirements. Everybody oriented? And Nassau Street is on this side and North Harrison on the bottom. Then, notice, let me do that again. So you see how, let me see. What we're starting to do is the building is starting to scale, getting smaller as we get towards the top. Let me try to do that again. So see the existing portion of the building ends at the second floor, no more, nothing's happening, done, right? And then the new building, this is the third floor. As you could see, these units, there's a one-bedroom unit, and then there are several two-bedroom units and the three-bedroom units. And these units are two-story. So this is their ground floor level, and this is critical because they need to be accessible by the elevator so that there is a wheelchair accessible requirements at this level. But what we thought would be really important is to scale the top floor to set it back even further. What we did, you see there's no elevator and not the two main stairs and no corridor are going to the fourth floor. So what we did is that allowed us to pull the building in and make the top floor smaller. So there are interior stairs inside these units, but the elevator and the main stairs are not going to the fourth floor. So what that allowed us to do, this is demonstrated right here, a little busy slide, but hey, hopefully this is readable, right? So on the front, on the Harrison Street side, the distance for the fourth floor setback from the property line is 11'6". And on the Nassau Street side, from the historic building, the new portion starts 13'6", and it's 56 feet away from the property line. Did I lose anybody? Not yet. Okay, so what we then studied is what would this building look like, because we felt that it was really important to consider the Nassau Street streetscape. So we built a 3D model, a computer 3D model, and then overlaid the computer 3D model over the existing photograph. So what is the building on the left called that I'm standing in front of? Cloak and Dagger, right? So what I try to do is stand as far back as I possibly can so that you could see kind of the worst case scenario over here. So this is what you would see. My kid who was there with me was really excited about the cars. Hopefully everybody noticed. But as you could see, this is kind of the furthest away you can get. If you were to stand on the sidewalk next to the building, the existing building would basically block the new portion almost completely, because remember, the new portion doesn't start 56 feet away from the property line, and then it's set back from the historic building another 14 feet. So this is the view as you would be coming from, this would be South Harrison, switching to North Harrison, right, looking up. This is me standing in the middle of the road taking a picture, probably not the safest thing to do, but okay. So here we have the existing building, and as you could see in a normal urban environment, we have lots of things going on. There's street lights, there's signage, there are things, so we try to do our best to fit the 3D model into the photograph. So here we are. Am I missing anything? No? So this is the rear from the podiatrist building. If this is me walking from the shopping center, say I live at this building and I went grocery shopping. So this is me coming back. So you see where the Prius is turning in. This is how you get to Whole Earth. And just a reminder that right now where we're taking a picture is not the historic district. We're looking at the building from the back. Yes, and this is the corner, and this is the photograph of the existing building and the 3D model. And if you remember that artistic rendering, that was done over this 3D model view. But as you can see, going back to how we think about it is sort of how the building grew over time and how we feel about this as its continuous growth. Oh goodness, we are having a file difficulty over here. But you guys have seen this. These are the materials and colors. So Wow, this is really weird. But the concept here is that if you remember, the existing building is masonry, and the 1985 addition is stucco. So we felt that the logical way to provide this newest addition would continue with the stucco theme. We do have a small portion of lap siding, which I'll point out in the following slides. And there are better details of the windows in the following slides. Okay, so this is, Ulrich and I were excited about the same window. So I came to the site and did the measuring and figured out, can anybody tell what's wrong with the shutters? This is a quiz. Anybody see what's wrong with the shutters? It's upside down, exactly. Notice how the shutters are upside down. So can you tell that the shutters have the top rail is bigger than the bottom rail? And also if you visualize, if you open the bottom and you stick your hands out, you can't close them because the latch is like all the way up there, right? So that was a fun discovery. But I also noticed that there must have been something above the window, but it's missing. And then I was really excited about those brick courses that are on the bottom in the little arched opening. So I thought that what's really important is to try to not replicate the exact same thing, but come up with how would we have something similar in scale, similar in concept, but something that works in the 21st century. And to me, what works in the 21st century is we now are used to much more light. So my interpretation of this was to have a window that mimics the shutters, but it's not the shutters, and it has a different color frame, and it's proud of the facade. It's mounted on the facade where the white center window is recessed, so it gives that three-dimensionality. And then there's a very simple version of a, you see, can't really point, a molding on top and a sill on the bottom that surrounds the window. But again, it's very simple, not too ornate. And then again, because I really like those little soldier courses, those are the decorative details, that's the motif. And then, isn't that funny? We're all excited about that door. So that door on the inside is actually not a door, it's a window, so somebody filled it in, but from the outside it looks like a door. And there's no other cornice on this building, so it's kind of the only inspiration. But I tried to come up with something, as you could see the cornice on the top of the building, a kind of a scaled down, much simplified version of that. And then what do we do when we have new doors going into this new building? So I thought that since this door has sort of divided in half glass, it seemed appropriate to be modern, but at the same time mimic that division. And also I thought that it would be really important to create a horizontal line to create kind of a human scale connection and a datum. So there's a kind of a continuous horizontal break in the building that helps create a human scale element. So remember I mentioned that there was a little bit of siding. So this is the location of a little bit of siding, and the inspiration for that is the top of the Michael Graves building. So as you can see at the top of the Michael Graves building, there's a horizontal cornice, and then the roof starts. So we have a similar situation where we have at the top of the third floor, too bad I can't point, and then that portion, the dark portion, is set back substantially. So you can't see it in this elevation, but that's what it is. And then the portion on top of this right-hand side is using the same material as the dormers on the Michael Graves building. So bear with me, this is a confusing diagram, but maybe a little too much architect talk. But so as we look at this building evolved over time. The original building was that portion on the right-hand side. Then it sort of grew a little portion, see the dashed yellow line That's how it started. Then that portion grew and the second floor was extended to add more height. So what I try to do is pick up on the motifs and continue that into representing the new building as it sort of develops and creates a little game or, I don't know, continuation, a story. I think I would call this a story. So as you could see, we're picking up on the motifs. So the gable roof with the red, the complete gable is repeated in the other gable. There's sort of a asymmetrical gable that's highlighted in green where there's a longer portion and a shorter portion, and that gets repeated. And then the height of the sort of addition that was done is repeated. So remember I said that there were these horizontal belt lines to create kind of a human scale connection. So you see how that purple distance repeats itself. And then the height of the original building repeats itself again. So even though this is a new addition, this is a new iteration in this building's life, the hope is that it picks up the motifs and the ideas from the original building and continues its growth and change and development over time. Did I miss anything? All right. Thank you. Yes, I will switch seats with Bob.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Robert Wise.
Robert Wise, W-I-S-E. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the gentleman's first name. Robert Wise. Thank you. Mr. Wise, you'll be testifying with regard to? I'm an architectural historian, so I'll be looking at the compatibility of the new addition with the historic district. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Okay.
Mr. Weiss is sworn. Mr. Weiss, if you could just speak right into that microphone there.
Right, you got to be right there.
Okay. And give your credentials to our chairwoman.
Thank you. My name is Robert J. Wise. I'm an architectural historian with Richard Grubb and Associates, also known as RGA. We're based in Cranbury, New Jersey. I'm actually based out of Chester County, Pennsylvania. I have been a historic architectural historian since 1993 when I graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with an MS in historic preservation. And prior to that, real long ago now, I have a bachelor's degree in history from Dickinson College. As in my role as architectural historian, actually my title is Principal Senior Architectural Historian with RGA. I provide professional resource protection planning and management to local governments, land planners, developers, attorneys, engineers, and individuals. Some of my work involves municipal consulting, historic resource surveys. One of the bigger projects I worked on was the Witherspoon-Jackson Historic District, Historic Preservation District, which was completed in 2016 here in Princeton. I work on various plans, master plans, historic preservation plans, and a lot of my work has been over the years National Register districts and national landmark nominations. I've done over 30 successful nominations and many other different types of nominations for the National Register.
Thank you. We accept your qualifications.
Thank you. So tonight, what I've been asked to do is talk about the proposed addition to 344 Nassau Street, and I'm basically going to talk about how I feel as an architectural historian that the design is compatible with the building itself and the Jugtown Historic District. Again, I think it's historically appropriate to the Jugtown Historic District. Obviously, that district that became a National Register district in 1986 has several historic themes about it. It was a typical crossroads village at a very early time. formed just a little bit east of what would become downtown Princeton, and has some very early buildings that basically ultimately extended along Nassau Street and what became Harrison Street, up and down Harrison Street. Again, typical Crossroads village that had a variety of businesses, from pottery making, as I think you'll see later tonight, to blacksmithing, to the various things that people did in a sort of small village at that time, and catered to the traffic on both those streets. A variety of building types. There's buildings that date into the 1700s, including our historic building here at the corner. And I think there's 7 of those. I think there's about 6 that date to the 1800s, and I think 5 that date to the early 20th century. It's somewhat, you might say it's somewhat bifurcated in terms of architecture. There's the early 20th century and very late 19th century higher style architecture on the East End, and then it gets more vernacular and more actual colonial with Federal and Georgian styles as you move to the east towards the intersection. A variety of building uses through the years. Obviously now many have been converted to commercial use, offices, and obviously, especially on the east going west, there's more residential. The district had to have integrity to be on the National Register, and I think it still maintains integrity. Certainly as you drive along Nassau Street, there's, you're in the district just as the buildings are parallel and very close to the street. So it's a nice, again, Crossroads village. I think as you consider this application, there's some things, some big things you should think about before we get actually into the various components of the ordinance, which is my main talk tonight. One is the building location. That arrow points to the very corner of the historic district where the Harner House is located. The actual addition is going to be built, as you just saw, on the rear of the rear portion of the historic building, and on a parking lot, and attached or taking place of the additions that were built in the 1980s. I think this design works at this location as it was shown, but I recognize this wouldn't necessarily work in every location or any location. So this is very site-specific, and I think Marina showed that quite clearly in her presentation. This X marks the spot, as they say, and this is the parking lot where the addition will be built. And you can see the red dot just below it is the historic component of the property, probably dating to about 1760s, that main hall and parlor type of arrangement. And then you see the 3 gabled additions on the rear of the building, which will be removed as part of this project. And then around it is to the east, which would be to everyone's right, is surrounded by additional parking lots for the various commercial activities in that part. And to the north, again, is a podiatrist shop, and then to the left or to the west, gets back into the district. Again, we have a couple parking lots, some historic buildings, some additions, and then the Merrill Lynch building is just out of the district on the left, far left, upper left. Again, some key points to consider. There's no demolition of historic buildings. This is going to be built onto the existing historic building. In theory, if one wanted to remove it, that could be done. I know the plans show no chimneys of the historic building, but I believe those can remain, as I think they should. It's part of the historic fabric of the historic building, so hopefully they will stay. The design, again, as you've just seen, in my opinion, mitigates the size and height. Obviously, this addition will impact the historic district. There's no getting around that. It is a 4-story building. So it's very important that the architect utilizes all the tricks at her trade to minimize it visually and physically as much as possible. This is not a building that's going to be slapped together by any means or a cookie-cutter building. This is going to be designed very thoroughly and using high-quality building techniques and materials. My role today is to, again, demonstrate that the building as planned is compatible with the historic district and with the Harner House, and it is sensitive to the architecture in the historic district, and I think it is appropriate, even though it is larger than the other buildings. Ultimately, the design must meet the requirements of the applicant, and I think he probably discussed that yesterday as far as square footage and zoning and in some of the codes. So there's a lot to consider, obviously, when building a new building and connecting it to a historic building. At the same time, that's why we're here tonight, it must meet the historic and architectural context of the historic district. Now, the next part of my talk is going to be how we're dealing with the criteria for the preservation plan approval and then the various things that you as a commission have to consider, and there's a lot of them, and I do talk a lot, but I don't like to read a lot of PowerPoint, but unfortunately we are going to have to do some reading here because this is the text right out of your ordinance. So let's just read this. It's not the intent of this ordinance to discourage contemporary architectural expression or encourage new construction that emulates existing buildings of historical or architectural interest or of a certain period or architectural style. But it is to preserve the integrity and authenticity of the historic preservation districts, I did shorten that, and to ensure the compatibility of new structures therein. So basically what you're saying is that we don't necessarily want you to build a real contemporary building, but you could if you think that's going to work. And we're not encouraging you necessarily to mimic everything that's there. Whatever you build, it should maintain the integrity of the historic building and the district. Then they go into a couple A, B's, and C's. And this is what you are to think about as the HPC. Is it that the building is appropriate to and compatible with the existing structures and landscape? That it would not adversely affect the ambiance, character, and appearance of the district and the relationships among the structures and between structures and public ways in the district. That it would not adversely affect the exterior architectural features and setting of the structure and its historical and architectural character. And finally, it is consistent with the additional criteria of this section, which we're about to talk about. Now, we call that question 7 because that's what it is in the application, but all of these elements that we're going to talk about are also in your ordinance. And this is set up really by, again, 2 final things: how the development will be visually compatible with the existing structures and streetscapes within the HPD, and then judged by the following standards, and we're going to talk through those standards, how the development will be visually compatible with the structures and streetscapes to which it will be visually related. So let's go through those. And again, I'm going to have to read each one. I apologize. I don't know how else to get through this. And then we'll, show some nice pictures and talk through it. Number 1, the height of the proposed structure shall be visually compatible with structures within the district. And as we look through the district, we see primarily 2-story buildings, 2.5-story buildings, and 3-story additions. I mean, that's pretty much what we see throughout the district. And there are a couple 1-story additions in the district as well. So here you can see on the left a 2-story building, but it's got a sizable 3-story building to the rear. I think that's 338, if I'm not mistaken, Nassau, and a 2-story addition on the left. Couple other buildings. Here's one on the left with looks like, I can't see it from here, but it looks like it's probably what they call a 2.5-story addition. So it's not a full 3 stories, but it's got shed dormers, making it inhabitable space rather than just an attic. And then sitting next to a 2-story building. And then the building just catty corner from 344. It has a variety of additions through the years. As Marina talked about, buildings evolved over time. And you have a fine 2.5-story building and then the smaller 2-story additions. And then what we see repeatedly is additions to the rear. What Marina has done has come up with an architectural means of adding the 3rd and the 4th floor and doing that while minimizing the impact of the historic building and the district. And you looked at this before. This is the intersection of Nassau and Harrison. And you can certainly see the new peeking up over the building, but it does not loom over it or overwhelm it, and that's by design. As she discussed, it pushes back as it goes up, pushes back farther away from the historic district and farther away from Nassau Street. And it's also set back from Harrison. Again, these are design techniques to visually reduce the 4th floor, and for that, she uses a variety of materials and ways of breaking up the mass and different roof types. And finally, the goal is, again, to minimize the impact of this building on the historic building and on the historic district. And again, this is why I believe this resource is compatible. Though it does go up the historic building, again, those techniques help to minimize the view and actually minimize the height of the 3rd and the 4th floors, and we'll get into that in detail. And then, very importantly, to keep the streetscape intact along Nassau Street, because that is where most of the buildings are built, and that is where the historic building certainly is oriented towards. Number 2 is the relationship of the width of the structure to the height of the front elevation shall be visually compatible with structures in the district which it is visually related. The addition, as planned, expands a historic building to the rear, which is, again, consistent with many buildings in the district. It's just how it was done. There wasn't a lot of space to build on the ends of buildings, so they went into the back. The same thing today. The addition is set back from Harrison Street. It's not right along the street, right along the property line. It's set back. Thus, it creates a narrower street facade. Now, the street, Harrison Street, does go out at an angle, so it just skews the whole design quite a bit, but it is still set back to help minimize that skewing, if you will, and to accentuate the historic facade of the building, of the historic building. Again, I think this creates a visually compatible arrangement. The architectural vocabulary of the district, again, shows the rear additions. Again, this is catty corner, but also some side additions. And then at 338, the building below, we can see a sizable 3-story addition that falls to the rear of the existing historic building. Here's our building, and I'm going to go back and forth between what we have and what's going to be, so just bear with me. You'll see a lot of the same images again. But there's our building, again, primarily a 2-story building with the 1950 section on the right. And 2 pictures here of what the front facade will be like, and again, it's designed to accentuate or continue to accentuate the historic building as it's oriented towards Nassau, and peak as little as possible from the top. But even there are design features to what they call break up the height and break up the mass of that height. So it's not just a big wall that's back there, it's parts of the puzzle, so to speak, and again, possibly building through time, as mentioned by Maureen. And the upshot is the top view. As I looked at that, I thought more and more how this complex or this addition is designed to be compatible with the existing building. Again, a variety of roofing shapes and sizes and techniques to reduce that mass and visually reduce the height. Number 3, the relationship of the width of the windows to the height of the windows in a structure shall be visually compatible with the structures within the district to which it is visually related. Well, again, we're drawing from or Marina's drawing from the vocabulary of the district, the architectural vocabulary of the district to inform her design. And, this is just a row on the south side of Nassau Street. We see somewhat uniform appearance of these sort of federal style inspired buildings. And you see a uniformity of sort of the column of windows and the standardization of width, of size of the windows, placement of the windows, and the doorway openings. And it's pretty consistent. It's not perfect by any means. There's changes through time. But this is what was used, these buildings and others, and the historic building was used to develop a window scheme or a fenestration scheme and a door scheme for the proposed addition. And just a couple other pictures of buildings nearby. And we go back to our building and we see rather consistent design, again a very symmetrical appearance, and that again is picked up in the design of the new building. We just discussed or heard about the idea of taking windows dormers upside down or not that are really no longer used in this century. And how do we apply that aesthetic, however, to a new building? Well, if that's to be used, certainly we don't want to do what they still do and nail up vinyl fake shutters. Sometimes those shutters are, nowhere near the width of a picture window, but they still do that type of stuff. So I thought this was an extremely creative way to bring light into a building, and that's what people do want, but in such a way that it harkens back to the historic shutters that were once on probably all the buildings here. And that is creative architecture, but again, using the vocabulary of the past. My only thought is that they should be a little narrower. I think they should be more consistent with the shutters, the historic shutters. But again, the concept is there. I think it's very nice to see that. And then again, she picks up on the lintels and the sills that are found throughout the district. And those are also ways to, again, minimize the scale of the building because it stops your eyes from wandering all over. It slows you down as you look at the building. 4 is a relationship of solids to voids in the front facade of a structure shall be visually compatible with structures within the district to which it is visually related. This is somewhat, again, talking about windows and doors. And again, there's no change to the historic facade of this building and to the west end of the historic building or the east end of the historic building. That will remain as is. The Harrison Street facade, though not technically the front, it's the side of the building, obviously is very visible. You can see it on Harrison, you can see it from parts of the historic district, and certainly you can see it from the intersection of the two streets. So again, the architect, did I miss a slide here? I did not. So again, the architect picked up on those themes and carried them over onto the Harrison side of the new building. And we discussed some of those. 5 is the relationship of the structure to the open space between it and adjoining structures that should be visually compatible with the structures and places within the district to which it is visually related. Sorry, a lot of this is redundant, or repetitive, excuse me. So we need to look at how the buildings are oriented and how the land around it is preserved or used. And again, the rear addition, this is a rear addition, attaches mainly, well, it will take place of the circa 1985 rear additions, leaving the main facades of the building intact. And again, the addition is set back from Harrison Street. To pick up on that vocabulary, again, we look at other buildings in the district, and we see the rear additions throughout. And some of those rear additions are visible, some are not. In this case, the design techniques were utilized, again, to minimize that appearance, especially from Nassau Street. There's no getting around it on Harrison Street and from the intersection. So the architect used a variety of ways, which we're going to talk about in detail next. The relationship of the entrance and porch projections shall be visibly compatible with the structures and places within the district to which it is related. So the building's historic entrance will remain as a main entrance into the one commercial part of the building. And then, as Marina discussed, the 1980s entrance will continue to be used as the main entrance into the entire building, which means, again, nothing changes on that main facade. There'll be a new Harrison Street entrance, as she mentioned. It's basically for the access into the one commercial building, and then emergency access out of the building. And as she mentioned, it will pick up design features found throughout the district. And I don't think we need to go into all of this again, but she looked at the historic elements around her and thought this would be the best way to incorporate a new entrance. It has to be large enough for, I guess, wheelchairs in and out of the building. The relationship of materials, textures, and color of the facade and the roof of a structure shall be visually compatible with the predominant materials used in the structures within the district to which it is visually related, and such materials, texture, and color shall act as a backdrop and not intrude visually upon the structures and places within the district to which is related. Now, we saw some color swatches of some of the materials. They were sideways, but they were still the same color, I think. Yes, that's good. And as I see it, these materials and colors are consistent what we find throughout the historic district. Basically, it's stucco and a hardy plank, or a, cementatious type of wood planking, and that is what is being proposed. Again, we look at buildings throughout the district, and we see wood cladding, we see hardy plank, we see stucco and brick. In this case, our building, the main element in the middle is painted brick, and then the element to the left, the extension as they call it, is stucco, as is the 1985 addition on the right. So instead of painted brick, the thought was to use stucco throughout much of the building. However, on the fourth floor, in the lower picture, that sort of grayish area in the center would be the cladding, as she had discussed, picks up on the cladding of dormers found in the district, but also it's a lighter material. It doesn't, again, it slows your eyes down as they look up. It's a trick, if you will, to minimize the appearance of that fourth floor. And then as you move left on that lower, or on both buildings along Harrison Street, the roof angle changes into almost a mansard type roof, and that would have darker shingles, and the whole roof element is pushed back from the main facade of the building. Again, to minimize the appearance of that fourth floor and to actually reduce the height of that fourth floor in that location. The roof shape, and we're going to get into this a little more, the roof shape of a structure shall be visibly compatible with structures within the district to which it is related. Again, there are two roof types. There's the gable, and there's, I put mansard in quotations because it's not a true mansard roof, but it's got somewhat the slope of a mansard roof. The gable's more prominent on the historic building and throughout the district. It's also, I believe, the most visible both on the historic building and the addition, the planned addition. The gable also breaks up the building mass, especially as you look at it along Harrison Street. The mansard, again, lowers the roof height and visibly reduces the appearance of the upper floor. It breaks up the building mass. Is that right? And make sure I'm right on the right slide here. Thank you. And looking just across the street, across Harrison Street, there's various materials. There's some shapes to draw from, but primarily, as you can see on the addition, it's a gabled roof, and that's primarily what you see in the old building and what's being proposed. I really liked hearing about the proportions that she drew with all those colorful lines. Pardon me if you're colorblind, quite honestly, because they really show the different elements of this building and how carefully thought out this building is, so that your eye, it's more of a delight to the eye than confusion. And again, that's something architectures do. I'm not an architect, but it's carefully employed in this building. And just another picture, this would be, again, from, I guess, the parking lot opposite of the entrance off Harrison Street. Appurtenances, if I have that right, such as walls and open-type fencing shall be visually compatible with the structures and/or historic walls and fences within the district to which they are visually related. There's not much in this plan for that. There is a wooden fence at the rear of the property. I looked at fences throughout the district. It's very similar to what's already found throughout the district, so I think it's applicable here. And I don't think there's anything else planned for the addition. So no pictures. The size of the structure, this is number 10, the mass of the structure in relation to open spaces and windows, door openings and porches and balconies, again, shall be visually compatible. I think I'll shorten it a little bit. And to which we say the design recognizes the building's height and mass. So it understands that the building is higher and larger than other buildings in the district. That doesn't mean it's not compatible. In fact, using, again, the roof design elements and the materials to break up that mass and visually reduce the height, it becomes compatible. And we just talked about the mansard, and on that mansard are shed roof dormers on the 4th floor. Again, they help to break up the mass of that building. And sections also represent rear extensions, as we talked about, of buildings throughout the district as they extended over time, such as this building. And here's just some examples. And then taking those examples in the district and applying them to the planned building. Windows were careful and measured, so again, this is, I guess you could say it's scientifically or mathematically thought out in terms of the proportions and the spacings and the size and the design of the various windows and door treatments throughout. Now, the next picture I'm going to show is, or the next slide, is buildings that I have questions about. And some of these buildings were taken out of Philadelphia YIMBY, a website, and you can see different proportions, different proposals. At least 3 are in Philadelphia. The one on the upper left, okay, it's taller, but look how much taller. Look what they did there. They put a mansard roof, of course, but it seems totally out of scale with the new building that it sits on top and the buildings around it. And just look at that building compared to what Marina is doing here to, I won't say it again, but I will, reduce that mass and to try to visually reduce and physically reduce the height. The building on the upper right is a typical infill development that we find really throughout the country right now, big boxes. And what do you do when you have a, Victorian row house next to it? It's very difficult to tie that type of thing in together. I just show you that because what a difference, obviously with the fourth-story or 45-foot restriction, but what a difference that is, again, to what is being proposed here. Absolute incredible difference. The building on the lower left, I do like how it steps up. You have 3-story row houses. It steps up to a 4-story structure. But then it sort of stops there. I recognize it's still being built, but it appears that the windows are totally off-center compared to the standard window treatment that you have for the most part throughout this street. And I don't think it's a horrible thing necessarily, but I do think it throws your eyes around a little bit. And again, not thought out the way this building is. On the lower right, I guess this is in Princeton. I may be wrong, but again, how do you build such a new building next to the old building? And this juxtaposition is certainly something that is not occurring here with this well thought out design. We're getting almost through the end of these, so bear with me, please. 11, the structure shall be visually compatible with the structures and places within the district to which it is visually related in its directional character, whether this be vertical or horizontal or non-directional. And again, the addition's facades are consistent with the historic orientation of existing buildings. Basically they fall behind the buildings and they're along, parallel to the streets and sidewalks. The historic orientation along Nassau Street, as we've talked about several times, and which is so important in the district, will be maintained and not altered. 12, the pattern and variety of plantings shall be visually compatible with the historic landscape and streetscape within the district to which it is visually related. There's not a lot of landscaping here. I think some key things. The trees hopefully will remain. Hopefully they can save this tree right in the front along Harrison. What plantings they are will be along Harrison to buffer the garage as much as possible. And there's some lower lying plantings along the west end of the historic addition. I think this is important. They're not trying to create a jungle here or something that looks totally contrary to what is found throughout the district and what probably would have been found historically. It's a very conservative approach to landscaping. One thing I didn't mention, it keeps the existing landscaping on the east and west and, well, primarily on the west and south, basically the front yard of the historic building, so it keeps that all intact. And then because the building is going to be set back further from the property line, that gives a space to take that sidewalk, which is currently right against the curb, which is a horrible place to walk in a busy street. It gets to be pulled back, 2 feet from the curb, allows a strip of grass, and then the sidewalk. So it's a much better means of walking along Harrison Street, and probably a little safer too. Number 13, parking areas should be screened from the view of the public right-of-way and from the structures within the district. The addition, as you know, is being constructed over the existing parking lot, definitely buffering its view from many different angles. The parking lot is certainly not, although probably quite old at this point, is not a historic part of the property. It would have been a backyard or a lot of some sort used for various purposes at one time. The parking area will be additionally buffered by the fence on the rear of the property line and the plantings, as we just discussed. And, again, the building is replacing this and also getting rid of those 1980s structures that you could see on the right. 14, to the extent possible, views from, by the way, this is, I think maybe the last one, views from structures or places within the district should not be blocked or impeded. The proposed addition is at the far corner of the historic district. It's behind the historic resource, and to the extent possible, it is set back from Harrison Street. Views, so nothing will be impeded. What will be impeded is the 1980s addition in the rear of the existing historic building and the parking lot. So I'm wrapping things up here. I just want to end with the 2023 master plan. There's several preservation goals in the main goal component, I think 9 of them. I think a couple of them have to do with gathering here to discuss these types of things. But there's 2 of them that are specific to this project. The other ones are not. Number 82 is facilitate adaptive reuse and restoration to accommodate growth and changing needs without substantial impact to the integrity of the historic resources. In meeting that goal, the historic building will remain largely unaltered. And the building, again, will be built well behind existing buildings, stepping up and away from the existing building. And all those architectural techniques, which we've talked about, and elements will help to make the building, the new addition, compatible with the existing historic building and the district, and satisfy the needs of the community. The second one was balance historic preservation efforts with the public interest in smart growth, greater housing choice, sustainability, equity, and economic development. This is a rather small but vibrant walkable community, and as Marina mentioned, you can walk up Harrison Street to the main shopping district. There is public transportation right there. I believe that even though this is a larger building than we find, it is compatible and, with and sensitive to the existing historic district. It provides affordable housing, sustainable design, sustainable materials, and density along major transportation routes, and again, improved sidewalk, and to a little extent, green space. I believe, in summary, that the height treatment, this plan incorporates treatment to the height, the building mass, and the openings and the material to make this building compatible, again, with the district, and I think sensitive to its architecture, and appropriate. I think the parking and landscape treatment will cover what is now, most people do not like how parking lots look. I don't know if it's an eyesore, but it's not a pretty picture there. This will cover that for the most part, but maintain it. The main facade, as we know, will remain intact, and ultimately it will preserve the building, it will reuse the building, and at a very wonderful location. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Chairman, what's our timing in terms of taking a break? Is your...
So yeah, I was thinking about 6:45,
Okay.
6:20 now. So did you want to keep
So
going
to-
a little bit longer? Or?
Well, so to be clear, we've finished. Bob was our last witness.
Okay.
There may be questions of the experts, or if you prefer, I know the neighbors have some experts, we could just keep on going and have the neighbors, and the questions could be asked of both groups at the same time.
I think I would rather continue on. If there are specific questions, we could take them now. But otherwise, I would like to go into the objectors' presentations as well, since they have extensive materials.
Quite all right with us.
Okay, great. All right, let's take a break, and then we'll be back in 15 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Oh, so we're not going to do it at 6:45, we're going to do it now?
At some point, we might want
We'll do it now.
to, at some point,
Okay.
I don't know, I want to do it again later. Might ask you to
to eat.
We'll be starting soon. All right, thank you. Thank you to the applicant, and now we will be turning the microphone over to the objectors and their lawyer. So I guess I would first hand it over to Mr. Afrin. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope everyone can hear me. First of all, I want to thank the Commission, as Mr. Tarr and Ms. Rubina did before me, for the work you do in Princeton, especially of all towns. Obviously, other communities share this concern, but we have a unique connection to history in many different ways in this community. And it's not only the Revolution, and it's not only the Continental Congress, it's the various peoples who've lived here. We were an early stop on the Underground Railroad, for example, one of the first communities that really gave almost equal place, in a sense, to everyone here, regardless of racial background. And that's tied into the history of this house as well, as you've heard. And the architectural history of the late 18th century, early 19th century is vital to this community. I'm sure some of you know that in Manhattan and New York City itself, I think there are at best 2 colonial structures standing. Even Fraunces Tavern is a recreation. We are blessed that we have a collection of these structures. We are unique in many ways. And that's really what this case is about. And there is not the slightest shred of criticism of the architecture or engineering of this plan. Ms. Rubina is well known in the community. The engineering is not at fault, as far as I know. We're not addressing that. We're looking solely at the question of how to build in a way that does not destroy or obliterate the historical integrity of the structure and of a substantial section of this district. These things are fundamental, and that's really what this case, from our perspective, is about. And we have 4 experts, some of whom are well known to you. I'll just briefly mention Clifford Zink, who I think is well known to the Commission for his work in the community in this area. Sitting next to me is Catherine Knight, a well-respected architect who I think is known to you as well for her many projects in this region. To my immediate left is Dr. David Kinsey, who is, one of our esteemed professional planners and actually was a fundamental advisor to Fair Share Coalition in the statewide affordable housing cases. And it was his analysis of affordable housing needs, of the 3 that were presented, that was more closely used by Judge Jacobson in her decision. And finally, next to Mr. Kinsey, Mr. Mark Hewitt, who is a registered architect in New Hampshire, New York, and New Jersey, and is an academic in the field and will speak to numerous issues in connection with architectural preservation. I'll let them introduce their own credentials a little more directly, but I'm sure the Commission knows generally about these individuals. One thing I'd like to add, and it's a purely legal reservation, it has 0 to do with what you need to do today, and Mr. Tarr will certainly agree with that. I just feel a need that I must do this. The Affordable Housing Overlay Ordinance, the AH02, applies to this particular case. My clients maintain a legal position that it is actually legally void because no notice was given as required under the municipal land use law. I know the municipal attorney has a different view, that it was not required. I believe the municipal attorney or the advisor to the municipality said that it was referenced sufficiently in the master plan that no notice was required. I'm sure Mr. Tarr differs legally from my client's perspective. But because the AH02 overlay will be referenced from time to time, I just want to be clear that my clients have not waived that legal position. And again, it has nothing to do with this Commission's work. You must accept the ordinance as presently written, and we accept that on your behalf.
And just remember, we're not here to review it as to affordable housing. We're here to review it as to its historic nature.
Absolutely, absolutely. absolutely, but I just wanted to be clear that we weren't...
That's why there's not a notice issue in our
In your case, that's correct. We're talking about the notice for the adoption of the overlay ordinance itself. I just wanted to make that legal reservation so there was no issue of potential waiver in another forum later. So thank you for hearing that legality. Let me now first introduce our first witness, Catherine Knight, who will now begin her presentation. Thank you.
So Catherine, last name?
Knight, how's this? Can you hear me?
Barely.
Catherine Knight.
K-I...
How's that? Oh, K-N-I-G-H-T.
You are an expert in?
I'm an architect, registered architect in the state of New Jersey. Been practicing here. I had my practice based in Princeton for over 30 years.
Okay, you give your credentials to the chairwoman? Oh, let me just go ahead and swear you in first, I apologize. Ms. Knight, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear your testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Ms. Knight is sworn.
So I'm a registered architect, and I've been practicing for quite a while here, and I've presented a number of times to the Historic Preservation Commission.
All right, thank you. We accept your credentials.
Thank you. This first slide is just a quick introduction. A recently completed project is shown on the left on the Mill Hill Historic District, which is for the Chabad House at Princeton University. We presented a number of times to the Historic Commission for that project. The middle one is not in a historic district. It's in the center of town, a new home that was built on the corner of Library and Hodge. And I think I just showed it for an example of a compatible residence to the existing structures and landscape of a neighborhood. The one on the far right is 200 Mercer Street. So it was a neoclassical house that was renovated. It's not in a historic district, but it was renovated, we think, pretty effectively for the historic nature of it. The two wings on the sides were replaced. There was a new detached garage on the back, and the home was renovated, keeping much of it intact. Onto this particular application. So the affordable housing overlay that Princeton Council adopted in 2020 to promote the housing with 20% affordable units loosened the zoning regulations to allow four-story additions with minimal setbacks in order to incentivize development. This ordinance was passed without notice to neighbors or residents. I am a resident of this, the historic district, and within 200 feet of this particular project. The first development proposal is this one in the historic district of the AHO2 is this one. And it's 4-story, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the square footage on another slide. It includes an addition of 15 apartments located behind and partially on top of the existing building. And we're going to show here that the addition is proposed. It's in conflict with the Historic Preservation Ordinance and National Park Service guidelines for the treatment of historic properties. It will overwhelm the historic Jugtown Crossroads and set a negative precedent for future development in the Jugtown Historic District and other historic districts in Princeton and elsewhere. So I think you've all seen this map already, so I'm repeating it, but what's clear here is the overlap between the AHO2 and this particular project and the Jugtown Historic District. The ordinance that was written did not even mention that the Jugtown Historic District was part of it. It wasn't part of the ordinance. It was overlooked in some way. And there are 5 properties, as you can see, that are included in both the Jugtown Historic District and the HO2. They're 338 Nassau, 342 Nassau, 344, which is this project, which is starred. And then on the other side of the street is 341, which is the Michael Graves, and 343. So I think you've all heard that it was named a historic district, designated as a local one in 1985. At that time, the addition was on the building when it was designated as part of the historic district. It was listed in the New Jersey Register of Historic Places in 1986 and the National Register in 1987. And the focus was on the 18th and 19th century architecture and additional early 20th century homes. The Joseph Horner House, which is this project, prominently occupies the northeast corner of the 18th century Jugtown Village at the corner of Nassau and Harrison Street crossroads. And it's considered by many the historic and Ionic northern entrance into Princeton. The Jugtown National Register nomination cites this district as visually cohesive entity, and the Joseph Horner House as the single most important and pivotal building in the Jugtown Crossroads. And it also includes, oh gosh, it's recovering. Hopefully that's not a problem and it will recover. There we go. Okay, thank you. It also has the Kings Highway Historic District as part of this property, includes part of this property.
Give your mouse more room. That's what Jim Nash says.
Okay. Now, Mr. Hayes repeated a number of these things. Do I have his name right? Was it Hayes? Wise. Okay, sorry. And Weiss. And he, and I'm going to repeat them again because, of course, we don't know ahead of time what everyone is presenting, so I apologize for that. But this is a reminder of what the ordinance says and what this commission is looking at and some of the different features that are involved. I'm not going to read them all right now because I think you've all been through it, but I'm going to go through them in more detail in some of the slides coming up. Okay, sorry. Yep. The proposed addition will overwhelm the existing building and neighborhood at four stories and 20,866 square feet. The rooftop mechanical equipment is not shown on the elevations and rendering, but will be located on the flat roof, extending the visual height even further. The existing two-story portion, the center portion, is 29 feet 3 inches high, and as you can see in the rendering, it has been, the existing historic building has been renovated in a yellow shade. The two wings on the sides are 25 or 26 feet tall, depending how you count them. And the addition, as you have heard, is planned to be 45 or 44 feet, 11 inches tall. The possibility of overscale developments allowed by the AHO2, but not complying with the preservation ordinance at all four corners of the intersection of Harrison and Nassau Streets in the Jugtown Historic District is truly concerning and would forever change this key entrance to our town and damage the historic district. This project does not conform to the historic preservation ordinance, is not compatible visually with the other buildings in the district. One of the examples given was 338 Nassau, which you see is one of the neighbors, and that addition on the back is only 35 feet tall. As you've heard, the proposed addition is going to be 45 feet tall. There was also an example given of my house and Maggie Deppenbrock's house, who's here, was pictured with the addition on the back. And I just wanted to note that that addition is 31 feet tall, and we're talking about a 45-foot tall addition on this project that's proposed. These are some of the photos of the surrounding buildings that are immediately around this one and part of the historic district as well. So that the stated intention of the overlay ordinance is to reinforce the existing pattern of development in the area with ground floor commercial uses and residential above. The proposal for this project reduces the office space, commercial space, to less than 1/3 of what is there now. Some of the concerns we have looking at the application, the first one is the massive 4-story addition. It's not compatible with the existing historic building or with other buildings in the district. The projecting bay at the addition, which has been, was discussed, so I can use my little pointer there. Yeah. Yeah, so the bay there, that's, if you can see the pointer, in our opinion, adversely affects the character of and the relationships between the old and the new structure by projecting out, making that corner even more massive in its appearance in relation to the historic building. The shutter windows create a false sense of real shutters, which is inappropriate in a historic district. The gaping hole for parking access is not compatible with the historic district. Projecting large overhang porch or balcony is proposed for this area and not compatible. We have heard that there's a 5-foot projecting bay, which is also labeled as a balcony, right in this location, but it's not shown as a balcony on the rendering. There's no railing, and it's not even shown as 5 feet on this rendering, but it's been written that there is a projecting bay there. I think it has something to do with the setback lines. The roof line on the rendering is misleading. So as you can see, this roof extends right straight up there. There's not a break, there's not a line there. It's a continuation of the historic roof. It compromises the historic building, making it indistinguishable from the new addition. So I think part of the definition is different. Our team is considering this all to be a historic building. We're not considering that some parts of it are historic and some are not. So we're including the front-facing building, including the 1985 as part of the historic building. And the proposed shutter is beige, not really sure why, but just point out that it is different than the way it's been shown in all the renderings that have been shown as black. It's in the documents, it shows that they'll all be painted beige, minor point. And the proposed new front porch at the front entry creates a false sense of the historic evolution of this structure and should be eliminated. I just wanted to talk a little more about that. Along our street, the porches were removed, and we believe it's because the state required removal. It was well before any of us were there. And there is a right-of-way that runs down the street that runs right through the living room of my house. So the porches were removed. The porch next door was removed. This porch was removed at some point, and they're proposing to rebuild it, but the question is, well, if the state required these porches to all be removed at some point, will they be able to rebuild it, and why? Since it's really never been, when the building has looked like this, there's never been a porch that looks like that. So just the elevation that they've presented and the existing building, again, just comments that the roof plane is continuous from the existing, drastically altering the appearance of the historic structure. The chimneys have been removed for the building, which I think is a real disappointment for it, and really does modify drastically the historic building. And the addition just overwhelms the scale. This is a view from Harrison Street, which you've now seen. Again, the question about extending the historic roof visually, altering and overwhelming the structure, and then the existing chimneys being removed. So this is a discussion on the application to HPC and some of the comments. The application on page 3 does say that this application or the proposal is augmented with a 5-foot setback off the addition off of Harrison Street and the relocation of the sidewalk away from the curb, which we do appreciate moving the sidewalk away from the curb. It's too bad the sidewalk is now being reduced in size from 5 feet to 4 feet, but the 5-foot setback does not comply with the AHO2 ordinance and will require a variance. The AHO2 requires 0 side yard setback or 10 feet. 0 setback would not be visually compatible in the district. A 10-foot setback would both comply with the AHO2 and be more visually compatible. The 10-foot setback would have additional pedestrian and bicycle safety benefits as well. The height of the proposed structure shall be visually compatible with the structures in the district. There is no building in the district that is 4 stories or 45 feet tall. The tallest example that was given at 338 Nassau is 35 feet tall. The relationship of the width of the structure to the height of the front elevation shall be visually compatible with the structures within the district to which it is visually related. So the statement in the application said, the addition to the structure is barely visible from the front, thus preserving its original character and maintaining visual continuity with the surrounding structures. This is just not correct, as noted in the diagram earlier, and this is a scale drawing below of showing what the view is from a pedestrian on the sidewalk across the street looking over, and definitely there will be portions of that building dominating the existing historic structure. The relationship of solids to voids in the front facade shall be visually compatible. There's no building in the district with an addition soaring above the structure and looming over it, increasing the height by more than 50%. The size of the structure and the mass of the structure in relation to open spaces and the windows and door openings, porches, and balconies shall be visually compatible with the structures and places to which they are visually related. We appreciate the architect's goal to enable the greater height and width permitted by the Affordable Housing Ordinance to work aesthetically in a historic district, but in my opinion, this has not been achieved in this application since the height and mass will overwhelm the existing and surrounding buildings. Again, the next one, the visually compatible relationship has just not been achieved with a 45-foot tall addition. And the element of the parking area shall be screened from view from the public right away and from the structures within the district. There is minimal screening proposed at the garage level and a gaping hole for the garage access in the west facade. Just wanted to clarify the square footage. The Historic Preservation Officer's report did describe square footage, but we just wanted to clarify the square footage that was provided in there was really for the first floor of the building. So the actual size that's proposed here, the existing building is 5,301 square feet, and these are identified by the applicant's PDF and calculated from their PDF. So they're not provided by the applicant, but they're very close estimates from the documents that we received. So the existing building is 5,301 square feet. They're demolishing 1,707 square feet, leaving 3,592 square feet, and they are adding to that 21,169 square feet. So the total building, instead of being a 5,301 square feet, will be 24,761 square feet. The building height now is 25, 26, or 29 feet, and it'll be 45. This commercial square feet existing is 5,301 square feet, and it will be reduced to 2,023, so a really substantial reduction for the amount of that. Preservation New Jersey has recognized the Joseph Horner House to be one of the 10 irreplaceable historic resources in New Jersey that are in imminent danger of being lost, and they identified it for 2024. We just had the announcement a couple weeks ago. So as they said in their award, that to allow a massive addition behind and partially on top of the single most important and pivotal building at the Jugtown Crossroads will endanger the survival of the Jugtown Historic District. We request that the Historic Preservation Commission and the Planning Board deny the application for the proposed addition to the Joseph Horner House at 344 Nassau Street. The project as presented does not respect the historic character of the Jugtown Historic District or comply with the standards and criteria of Princeton's Historic Preservation Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Testing. My name is Mark Allen Hewitt, F-A-I-A. Mark Allen Hewitt, H-E-W-I-T-T, a fellow of the AIA, and I'm happy to be sworn in.
So you are a what?
I'm a fellow of the American Institute of Architects.
You're an architect. All right. Mr. Hewitt, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to testimony about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I so affirm. I'm a Quaker. A little bit about my credentials. Although I live now in the middle of New Hampshire, I spent 3 decades here in New Jersey as a practicing architect and as a professor of architecture at, among other places, Columbia University, Rice University, the New Jersey Institute of Technology, and I was for 18 years in the art history department as an adjunct at Rutgers University. I have written, I've published 7 books on the history of architecture and dozens of articles. One of my books is called The Vintage House, A Guide to Successful Renovations and Additions. That was published in 2011. And so I submit that these are credentials for your consideration.
We accept your credentials.
Thank you. My discussion today will not have slides. I will try to use language instead of pictures, although as an architect I like using pictures. And I'll really talk about 3 or 4 subjects. The first is really the scale, the massive scale of this addition, and the fact that, in my opinion, as a historian, the architects I think, generally well prepared design, unfortunately does not mitigate the scale of this massive 45-foot building. So that's one point. The second point I'll talk about is the streetscape around the crossroads. And we haven't talked much about streetscape. I'll talk a little bit about this. So the streetscape around that cross is very essential. The third is the sense of place, the experience of the place that is Jugtown in relationship to the place that we call Princeton. And the last will just be a little skimming over of points that already have been raised about the fact that the Secretary of Interior standards, which do govern additions and renovations in Princeton because of your ordinance, has to be regarded more carefully. So, scale and massing. The obvious issue that we object to is the 45-foot tall 4-story addition that is in the parking lot at the back of this building. And the fact that no matter what an architect does, and I'm afraid no matter what an architect does to try to mitigate a 45-foot high building, there are no buildings in the Jugtown district that are anywhere near 45 feet tall. And I'm sorry that Mr. Weiss insisted that there were lots of 3-story buildings in the district. Houses with roofs that are 2 stories tall and have a roof are at most 2.5 stories tall. They're not 3 stories tall. So most, if not all of the houses in the district are no more than 2.5 stories tall, and although there is an addition to one of those houses, I think by Peter Morgan, that does have a 3rd story, that 3rd story is diminished a bit by the way the 3rd story has been designed. So we're talking about there are no 3rd stories, there are no 4th stories in this district at all. And that is a problem simply because the scale of a 4-story building is the bulk of a 4-story building, which has only a 5-foot setback from Harrison Street and essentially builds out to the extent of the parking lot. That 4-story mass is very difficult to mitigate the 4-story mass as it looms above a 2.5-story historic house with a smaller addition. The 1980 additions are a subordinate, I'll say subordination of an addition to a historic building is a principle that architects use to make certain that the addition is compatible with the historic building. Subordination means lower, with less a sense of bulk, with perhaps sometimes materials that are lesser, not as elaborate as the materials in the existing building. This building does not do that. It does not provide any subordination between itself and the building. I also want to talk about the fact that this historic house, as Ulrich Endersby presented it in his excellent presentation yesterday, this is not just any historic house. It is one of, at 270 years old, it is one of the oldest houses in Princeton, and it is an old house in Princeton with really significant what is called integrity. Mr. Weiss talked about integrity. Integrity is fundamental to the way preservationists go about deciding if a building is significant. Does it have the integrity? Are most of its features intact? Well, most of the features in the house are intact. There have been, as Elric showed you, we have portions of the brick that have been modified in one way or another. The porch has been torn off. But generally, from the exterior, we're seeing an intact historic house. And although the Preservation Commission is not charged with looking at the interior of this house, the fact that the house has a number of precious interior features, a staircase, doors, paneling, flooring, stone and brick walls that are precious and unique in Princeton, the applicant could, if he or she wished, the applicant could, in fact, choose to preserve some of those interior features as part of their scheme. It might mean one less apartment unit, but it might allow for better commercial space. We don't know, okay? And somehow, the way the building is working now, they've allowed those features to be maintained. Why can't the applicant do that? And then the elements, the scale-giving elements in the scheme. Now, I'll praise the architect for studying the window proportions of the double-hung windows. That's great. However, the double-hung windows in the addition are bigger by some degree than the double-hung windows in the existing house. Well, that's because apartments need bigger windows. Although most buildings have no more than 40% windows if they're masonry or they're traditional buildings, no more than 40% windows, and that provides a good deal of light. But the applicant, I'm sure, wants more glassy facade, more glassy rooms. Okay, so the architect has tried. Completely failed to create fake shutters that project from the facade by 1 inch. First of all, the windows will probably leak like crazy because they have to flash. I don't see any flashing details for these shutters that are projecting 1 inch from the facade. Although maybe there'll be miracle flashing invented between now and then that will prevent the I'm I'm an architect. I'm a practicing architect, okay?
But you're testifying the windows will leak.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, if they cannot be made the way the architect says they're going to be made, then they cannot be used. As I'm saying, if those windows are being proposed and they cannot be made or they cannot be created to create a larger window opening, then they shouldn't be there. And I think they should not be there because visually, I happen to be written about visual perception, the perception of those windows as rendered is not the way they will appear in an environment in which you have strong sun, in which you have reflections from the white surfaces. Unless that's black glass, you're not going to get a black shutter look from that window. So some of these scale-giving elements that have been suggested as elements that are going to ensure that there's compatibility between the Horner house and this very large addition, unfortunately, will not do that. And that includes a number of other things, some of the door details, the dormers in the mansard roof. They're not really visible. They don't break down the scale very much. Essentially, that facade on Harrison Street is an almost unbroken facade, and then you have this 4-story tower, which is very obtrusive visually and will be seen from all directions. We've seen that it'll be seen in all directions. That has not been broken down at all. So this idea that elements that the architect, character-giving elements proposed in the architect's scheme will mitigate the scale, the massive scale, and the overwhelming looming quality of this building, they do not succeed in doing that yet. Now, if the architect were to restudy this, the other problem with it is that there is no break between the historic building and the Horner House. There's essentially a roof that connects them directly. That the break that was provided by Shorten Ford in their addition does not exist, and it is being obliterated. So we have ineffectual attempts by this architect to take a looming, hulking building and try to reduce its apparent scale. And first of all, it's a difficult thing to do, and second of all, the elements that are being provided, and garage doors don't do it. There are no garage doors in the district that open directly to the street. There's a gaping garage door. That's not an element that we see in the district. Secondly, the idea of view sheds. Now, those of us who I've lived in Princeton briefly, those of us who know Princeton understand that approaching Princeton on Route 27 from Kingston, there is, let's call it, the usual New Jersey kind of commercial vernacular of buildings. There are shopping centers, there are restaurants, there are a few houses. Kingston, I'm not saying Kingston, between Kingston and Princeton. And that particular landscape, or that streetscape, is a more diffuse, less dense streetscape. When we get to this crossroads, and of course the Horner House is the marker of this crossroads, it is the first building that establishes a sense of this new view corridor. First of all, it diminishes in size, and the distance between the street walls of these buildings is reduced, and the street wall becomes consistent all the way down to Princeton, essentially to Princeton University. That street wall is, and in a book on street design that my colleague John Massigal wrote, the proportion of the street to the street wall is essential in the creation of streets that give a sense of place and are intimate, walkable, and memorable. This is a memorable streetscape. You don't forget when you enter Jugtown. You don't forget that it's a different kind of a street than what you saw on 27 before you come in. And the view, what we call a view shed, both on Harrison Street, which is not quite the same, but Harrison Street's a different scale street. On Harrison Street, and from both directions, the views of the Jugtown crossroads are essential to, these view sheds are essential to our apprehension, our visual apprehension of the difference between the Route 27 corridor before Princeton and after Princeton. We understand that there's a different kind of streetscape that begins in this place immediately as we see it, and as we see it from maybe even 1,000 feet away in a car, or on a bike, maybe 100 feet, or a pedestrian, maybe 50 feet. We are going to see this view down into central Princeton or away from Princeton. And in Harrison Street, the same thing, a lovely view from Harrison Street as well. The streetscapes and the view sheds, in fact, are character defining. It's not just the buildings. It's not just the buildings. It is these view sheds, the trees in the view sheds. And in preservation laws and environmental laws throughout the world, view sheds have been identified as protected resources. So is this a protected resource, this view shed? Well, I believe it should be. It should be a protected resource, and the view shed is being destroyed, at least certainly from the direction we've seen with this huge addition. I'm happy to see that from the other direction on Nassau Street, there's a lovely tree that blocks everything. But let's say that tree is taken down, we will see this large building looming over the other building. But that view shed has been ruined by this building. It has, and the applicant doesn't provide enough street trees, doesn't provide enough in its preservation area, does not provide enough of a buffer. The 5-foot setback, you can't in a 5-foot setback get a green buffer in a 5-foot setback with garage doors. You can't do it. So in that regard, these view sheds are being really impinged upon and perhaps even obliterated by the new building. And let's talk next about the experience of place. And this relates to the view sheds. Human beings, and there are even philosophers looking at that, human beings, one of the first things that our neurons, we have place neurons, apprehend when we walk into a place, a space, is we understand where we are implicitly in our brains. And if we've been in that place before, we've lived in that place before, our emotions and physically, our emotions and our brain are stimulated by the sense that we are somewhere that we recognize, and if we've lived in a place like Princeton, that we love, that we appreciate. We have dwelt here, we appreciate it. Elric said he was born here. If we're born here, but even if we moved here recently to Princeton, we understand that there's something special about Princeton. Now, where does that sense of place begin? It begins at this crossroads, I submit. And it begins in other places as well. It can begin on Witherspoon Street and begin on 206 coming in from Lawrenceville. But once we are here in Princeton, we understand that we are here in a special place, and our bodies, and we respond emotionally. So if, and this is where the neighbors come in. The neighbors are mostly not happy with this proposal, mostly not happy. And I think it's quite clear if you hear them speak after this, that they will talk about their sense of their place somehow being impinged upon, being reduced in some way in terms of its power in their lives. This place has to be maintained as a place. And if we have a hulking, looming building at this crossroads, which, by the way, if the crossroads is important, any of these corners, if we're standing on any of these corners, we see that building looming over the other one. If you move down away from the building, yes, you might not see it. But if we're at the corners, we are going to see the building as an obtrusive presence in this place. And that should not happen, especially if it's possible for the applicant to design a less bulky building that sets itself back and keeps the Horner House as that jewel-like, small-scale, jewel-like historic building. If that house is perceived as the place-defining thing in that crossroads as it is now, then I don't think you're going to have a sense that you've lost that sense of place. I don't think you will. And I think it's possible to have a scheme that will maintain that sense of place. I think it's possible that it can be done, but I don't think, alas, that the current proposal does that.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I'm just going to...
I'm gone too long. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, that's all right. I'm
Okay,
just going to
Okay, thank you.
ask if we could move to the next...
Thank you. I'm sorry if I went too long.
No, that's all right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We appreciate the time need. And just for my own sake, I want to check the time. Okay. Our next witness, I believe, is Clifford Zink, who is well known to you. First of all, as an author of an important book, on the eating clubs in Princeton, as well as something more directly concerning us, the history of Jugtown, the architectural imagery of Jugtown. So I'll let Mr. Zink introduce himself, and I'm sure he's all well known in any event. Thank you.
And that's Z-I-N-K?
Yes. Thank you, Bruce.
And Mr. Zink, if you could just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've lived in Princeton since 1981,
If you could just give your credentials for the record.
and I've been involved in preservation since 1976. I have a master's degree from Columbia University in historic preservation. I'm the author of 8 books, including the Eating Clubs that Bruce mentioned, and this recent Jugtown Queenston Historic District.
We accept your credentials. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. And as a further explanation of Jugtown, I brought a historic jug. There's no label on this jug, so we can't identify it exactly with Jugtown, but the photographs from Sealy Mud Library that I reproduced in the book show jugs exactly like this. So this is where the name came from, Jugtown, small industries. I have this thanks to Ryan Lilienthal, who many of you may know. He acquired this at the tomato factory, and it apparently came from the estate of a Princeton resident, so might actually be Jugtown. Anybody would like to see it later? Please come up. So Mark just talked about view sheds and the sense of arrival in Princeton. So here we are looking at the west view with the subject property on the right, and it's pretty remarkable that this place has survived as it has up until the present time. Is there a problem?
Our screens aren't displaying.
What's not working? Okay. Can you hear me? Okay.
There we go. Magic wand.
So this is the entrance to historic Princeton, and it's pretty remarkable that there are 3 18th century buildings seen here with additions on 3 corners. In highly developed New Jersey, for this to survive, I think this is pretty rare. And as Mark said, when you arrive here from the north, this introduces you to historic Princeton. And as we've heard already, the visual identity of a crossroad village, cohesive identity contrasting sharply with the downtown historic district, which has tall buildings, unlike Jugtown. This is the view looking west, and east, and we can see how unchanged this view is. If we were back 100 years ago, 200 years ago, it would not look substantially different other than the width of the street, the renovation of the building on the left. It would look slightly different, but it would resemble a great deal of what we see here. Here's the view looking up from Harrison Street to the corner, and we can see the subject property here on the right-hand side. The architect showed a rendering of what the addition might look like that had the addition peeking out above here. That rendering had this tree very conveniently with leaves shading all the appearance of that roof. And of course, at least half of the year, it won't be shading it. And I was curious to hear the applicant's professional mention this tree and said it may not survive. And I don't know what that has to do with the construction, but we haven't really seen a good view of what this would look like from this direction. And we certainly haven't seen a good view of what this would look like. This is also the entrance to historic Princeton, because everything behind us in this photograph was built
almost everything in the 20th century, and most of it after the Second World War. So when you arrive here, you really get a sense of the place, of these small gabled buildings on four corners and how the two buildings on either side relate to each other. And when you look at the 1985 addition on the left-hand side, it fits in perfectly naturally and doesn't distract from the quality of the environment here, the historic integrity of this area. The applicant did show an rendering from here, and the building was almost completely obscured. You could barely see the corner of the building. So with the new addition so close to the street and so close to the historic building, it won't be until you get quite further up in this photograph when you can actually see the historic building. So that's a loss of the integrity of the view sheds of the district.
Just one moment, please. I just want to note for the record that the last slide Mr. Zink was referring to didn't have a page number. It was referring, Mr. Zink, if I'm correct, to approaching the corner of Harrison and Nassau from South Harrison going towards Nassau. Is that correct?
North Harrison.
From North Harrison,
The
sorry.
last one was North Harrison.
Yes, you're approaching the corner of Nassau Street, seeing the back of the existing structure. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted the record to reflect the orientation in that particular slide.
And as I pointed out, the applicant's rendering showed the Horner House almost completely obscured until you get much closer to it. When I was watching Elric's presentation last night, I was looking at this building and I was thinking how remarkable it is that this building, built in 1760 plus or minus a few years, has come down almost 270 years to us and still maintains a high level of historic integrity, as Mark mentioned, including on the interior. This was the residence of the very prominent Horner family. The Horner family started the pottery business. It's also, as Elric showed one of his slides, it's symbolic of Princeton's evolving relationship to slavery. Joseph Horner freed his 50-year-old slave named Elizabeth, and as Elric mentioned, Elizabeth probably lived up here in the garret of the kitchen wing. And so there's a story here about the history of Jugtown represented by this building. And even more remarkable is the survival of these original 18th century features. These represent craftsmanship way before the age of machines. Elric showed how they related to other important buildings in town like the Bainbridge House. This is a very rare, special survivor, that this building survived with this and paneling. And I don't want to criticize the architect and the applicant, because most of us did not know the extent of the original materials and fabric inside this building. And even though HPC doesn't typically get involved on the interior of the buildings, I think now that information has come out about the significance of these surviving features, that the applicant and the architect will take a look at their plans and come up with a way to save some of these features. This could be a house museum. It is intact enough, and it could be telling the history of Jugtown, history of this section of Princeton, history of slavery in this area. So it's a great opportunity to try and preserve this. I'm going to go through a couple of aspects of the preservation ordinance. Some of these have already been raised, but this is the purpose of preservation in Princeton: to safeguard the heritage of Princeton by preserving the resources that reflect the elements of its historic significance. Certainly the Horner House is a key element of Princeton's historic significance on the east end of town. The purpose of the HP ordinance is to promote the preservation of historic structures, the conservation of sites and districts, and to facilitate their appropriate use and reuse. And that's why we're here, for hopefully the HPC to come up, or maybe the applicant working with HPC and perhaps members of the community, to develop something that might be appropriate and work on this site and bring affordable housing to the community. Maintaining harmonious settings. Mark talked about view sheds, and we just saw some photographs of the crossroads. Harmonious settings is very important. And then the last item here is manage change in historic districts. That's really what the HPC is about. Managing change with sensitive alteration and new construction. The construction of this building would violate this section because it would be totally out of scale and disharmonious, and it would seriously denigrate the historic significance of the house and the district. And you can see the difference on the left, on the top, and on the right, on the top and bottom, how the instead of an addition being subordinate to an historic building on the site, this addition looming over it would make the historic building the subordinate property. And that's contrary to historic preservation guidelines.
If I may just interject, I just want to note again, because there are no page numbers, that slide just referenced by Mr. Zink had two sections. One were photographs of the existing building and site. The section on the right contained architectural renderings of the front and side view after construction. So I just want to note for the record that that was the particular slide referenced. Thank you.
You can see here, now that you've emphasized this, Bruce, you can see here how this completely subsumes and diminishes the historic building. And so the building, becomes subjected to this very massive addition. And over here, this rendering is misleading because it shows a different color between this roof and here, and this roof over here and here. And actually, this roof will go all the way up. This will be one continuous roof. Imagine what people will think when they come and look at this building and they see that roof going up beyond the original building. And you can see it over here as well. What kind of message is this going to send about historic architecture and historic preservation to see that? Applications for development shall include an archaeological and historic site survey giving a history of the site and identifying all known historic features. A proposal, it should also include, the protocol should also include a proposal as to how any archaeological sites and historical sites shall be preserved, recorded, etc. In my opinion, the application is incomplete as the preliminary architectural screening does not meet these requirements. It does not have a history of the site. It doesn't of any value, and it doesn't identify all known historic features, and it hasn't come up with a proposal how they would be recorded. Here is the 1918 map of the Sanborn map, and you can see that it shows architectural features here in the back of the property, and this yellow indicates a frame building, and so 2 means there's a 2-story frame building at the back of the property in 1918, and this is a 1-story coop. So this building probably dates back to the era of horses. This could be a stable of some kind. The applicant's consultant recommended ground penetrating radar. My feeling is HPC needs that in order to really assess the impact of the proposed development on the property. If HPC were to say, we'll approve this contingent on getting that, you don't know what's going to come in that application. And the applicant hasn't really addressed the full historic significance or history of this property in a way that Elric did. I think HPC needs that if it's going to fully assess the application, and the application is incomplete without it. So this has been mentioned before. This is section 10B 386. I won't read this. I won't read A and B because it's already been discussed, but the proposed addition, this is my opinion at the bottom, the height, massing, garage entrance, setback overhang, and the fenestration, they're all incompatible. They're all disharmonious with the district, and they denigrate the district and character and appearance as a visually cohesive entity. This is another section of that. This is section C. It would not adversely affect historic architectural features. The proposed addition will partially be built on top of it, obscuring the original design. It will remove existing chimneys. Chimneys on historic buildings are very important features. It will overwhelm, the addition will overwhelm the prominent corner setting. The applicant showed that this addition is on the northwest side of, north and mostly west side of the historic building. But what's really important about this historic building is that you can see it from 270 degrees and maybe more because of its corner location. And so the addition will denigrate the historical and architectural character and identity of the Horner House as a freestanding house with compatible additions. The height of the structure is supposed to be visually compatible. It's not. The width and height above a garage is visually and physically disharmonious with the district. And the size of the windows and the size and mass of the four-story addition is the opposite of a backdrop, which is what is called for in the HP ordinance. Elizabeth, in her report, referred to the addition as towering and dwarfing the historic building. The shutter windows Mark talked about, the huge garage opening. It's interesting that the applicant, if my memory is correct, did not address the huge garage opening and the canopy that Kathy said is not clearly depicted on the drawings. So I think under the total criteria for preservation approval under Section 10B 386, HP cannot approve this application. The applicant, another criteria is that of 386 is that a project preserves or enhances the architectural value. Again, this will significantly denigrate it by removing chimneys, building on top of it, etc. And then I think this is a very important point to look at here. This is the applicant's drawing and my orange notation on top of it. This is one of the original walls. This is the first floor. Elric showed the attractiveness and significance of the original 1760s brick masonry. The applicant pointed out that there were window openings in the wall. It doesn't show here that this wall is currently in existence, this original 1760 brick wall. And the applicant showed at least one and possibly a second window opening. Well, a window opening only takes up a small part of a wall. It typically comes up 30 inches or so off the floor. It comes down from the ceiling, and it might only be 30, 32 or so, 36 inches wide. It's an opening in the wall. What the applicant is proposing here is the demolition of a significant portion of the original 1760s construction of this house. And I think that should clearly be denied by the HPC. Preservation areas. This is a section that the applicant, I don't believe, addressed or did not address adequately. This is section 387 of the ordinance, and this language here is important. The area shall be delineated so that improvements respect the historic pattern of the historic property. They provide for an adequate visual buffer for the principal structure, and they create protection areas around the historic features on the property, historic feature including the principal structure. The proposed preservation shall, this is language from the ordinance, the proposed preservation proposed preservation area shall include the principal structure and all of the other historic features on the property. We haven't identified the other historic features on the property, but we know there are some underground because of those historic buildings on the Sanborn map. The area shall be of a size and configuration sufficient to maintain the historic setting and historic character of the property. This red area, this is my notation, this is the applicant's designated boundary. This is the absolute minimum. This is lawn area. This is the absolute minimum that somebody could come up with to identify as a preservation area. What about the 270-degree view shed of this property? What about this area over here? Why isn't this part of it? What about the historic building itself, which is mentioned here to be part of the structure? The applicant has not met this criteria, and I don't think the HP Commission can approve this. And Elizabeth also commented on that, and I'll get to that in a minute. Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. They've also been mentioned by Kathy as National Park Service standards, and they are the same thing. They are mentioned in the community master plan that was passed in December, I think, and the proposed addition will violate the following standards. By constructing a new addition on or adjacent to the primary elevation of the building, which negatively impacts the building's historic character. By attaching a new addition in a way that obscures, damages, or destroys character-defining features. By a new addition as large or larger than an historic building, which visually overwhelms it, results in the demolition or loss of its historic character, including that wall. And then creating an inaccurate appearance, because the feature to be replaced, and I'm referring to the proposed reconstructed front porch, did not exist with the features currently on the building. I didn't point it out, but on that 1911 Sanborn map, there's no front porch. So the front porch that is seen in the historic district was removed, in the historic photograph was removed in 1911. So the porch never existed with the current configuration of the building, and to rebuild it would be contrary to preservation principles. So now I'm getting close to finishing, and I would like to reiterate Elizabeth's comments and recommendations, which I thought were very thoughtfully considered. And these are her exact words. They're in her report. She read some of this yesterday, but she did not read all of it. And I think it's very important to reiterate what she said. The preservation area should be expanded to include protection and a visual buffer around the historic structure of the property. The corner's visibility, this has to do with the view sheds that Mark talked about, 270 degrees. The corner's visibility is far greater than an interior lot. The increased visibility from the right-of-way warrant greater protection when establishing the preservation area. The applicant noted in its narrative that the addition is barely visible from Nassau Street. Elizabeth wrote, "This is not an accurate statement." She also wrote, "There's more that is needed to provide meaningful protection for the historic building. The addition continues to tower and dwarf the historic building as a result of its height, mass, and siding. HPC has been consistent by encouraging building additions not to exceed the building height of the historic building or to be minimally higher when appropriate, only if it does not alter the significance of the historic building from the streetscape." And HPC has apparently preferred it to be stepped back to allow the historic building to remain visually prominent along the streetscape. The current design does not allow that on Harrison Street. This again is Elizabeth's writing. The size and mass of the residential addition continues to tower over the building. The roof lines are visually busy. The window styles, roof lines, proportionally out of scale, in conflict with the historic building. The size and configuration of the windows should be relatable to the historic building. The proportions are exponentially larger and are not viewed as relatable. The historic building's prominence on the property and the streetscape will undeniably be diminished. The most impactful and biggest threat to retaining the integrity of the historic building on the property and its contribution as one of the four important structures at the most pivotal crossroads that created the Jugtown community is the building height, lack of adequate side yard setback from North Harrison Street, and the absence of preservation area protection around the building to preserve a sense of historic setting. It is my opinion that Elizabeth has done a superb job here describing the problems with this application and including in her idea, in her mind, that ways that or portions of the design that need to be adjusted as far as height and setback and preservation area. And I concur 100% with what Elizabeth wrote here. Two items here that I think are key considerations for HPC. This is from the Historic Preservation Ordinance number 1. Demolition of a structure in an historic preservation district shall be approved only if the structure cannot be put to a reasonable use and its preservation will impose a financial hardship. This does not refer specifically to the historic portion of an existing structure. It talks about the demolition of a structure in the historic district. The applicant has not provided any information that the 1985 building can, or the three additions on the back, cannot be put to a reasonable use, and that would impose a financial hardship. Second, the Affordable Housing Ordinance, in this section 13, chapter 17A, etc., notes that a historic building or a contributing structure, this should say represents, significant contributions to the existing desirable character of the Nassau Street corridor. AHO2 regulations are not meant to incentivize the removal of such buildings. It does not say anything about you only have to preserve an historic building. It talks about a contributing structure. Certainly, the 1985 building would be considered a considering structure, and we'll look at that in just a minute. Therefore, this is the language of the AHO2. Utilization of AHO2 regulations requires the retention of the street fronting buildings in existence at the time of the adoption of this ordinance. I think it's clear in my thinking of this language that the street fronting building includes the three gable additions on the back that were built in 1985. That's part of the street fronting building and in existence at the time of the adoption of this ordinance. I think under these two sections, HPC cannot find that the demolition of that 1985 section meets the requirements, certainly under HPC's purview of the top one. And it's my opinion that the entire existing building, including the 1985 addition, appears to be protected by both of these provisions. So let's look at this, what we have in existence right now. The 1985 edition is kind of a model design of how to design a new substantially large structure. The applicant's drawing, where she had yellow for the old building and red around the back, showed, I think, that the historic building is only about 40% of the entire building. And so the 1985 addition on the right-hand side here, and in the back down the bottom, is a pretty substantial building. But look how carefully it is subordinate to the historic building, allowing the historic building to be dominant on the site. This is set back from the front of the historic building, and very importantly, it has this architectural feature referred to as a hyphen. And so a hyphen, I think, is something that HPC has dealt with before. And so you have an historic building, and you want to clearly distinguish between the historic building and the new addition. And so you create a hyphen. Now, if we look over here, and we imagine that over here there might be an appropriately scaled addition that might have some affordable housing that could be built over here. Well, why wouldn't this be an appropriate hyphen? Because it's already there. It allows more view of the historic building. It's part of the history of the site now, because it's been there since 1985 or 1986, and it shows the evolution of this building over time. So I think there's ways to consider how to properly design a building. It doesn't have to, a new building doesn't have to look exactly like this, but this is an excellent example of what should be done. These are two illustrations that I first saw when the applicant presented them. And the applicant, this one was only shown very briefly, and this is the first time I've seen either one of these. The applicant did not address this gaping hole here. There's nothing on anywhere in the Jugtown Historic District that has a big garage opening like that and this kind of large canopy that goes all the way across like this. This is totally out of harmony and visually disruptive in the historic district. And this illustration at the bottom is a really excellent illustration to show how the addition subordinates the historic building by overwhelming it in scale and actually building on top of it. This is contrary to preservation guidelines. The addition should be subordinate to the historic building, especially a building of this significance.
May I note, Madam Chair, may I just note for the record, the last slide that Mr. Zink has referred to is slide 61 of the applicant's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
The top picture is a different slide, but I don't know what slide that was.
Let me amend that. The bottom of the screen contains slide 61 of the applicant's rendering. The top part of the screen contains another rendering by the applicant, but we don't have an identifying slide for it.
Okay, Preservation New Jersey declared this an endangered site, identified it as an anchor to the district, and then Preservation New Jersey wrote, "There is a growing trend in demolition and insensitive changes to integral features of structures and streetscapes. More care and sensitivity to the impacts on historic districts are necessary through compliance with existing preservation standards and guidelines at local, state, and federal levels. The PNJ designation encourages the development to comply with preservation standards and guidelines, as it will set the precedent for other new development in the Jugtown Historic District and in other historic neighborhoods in Princeton." So in summary, I recommend to the Historic Preservation Commission members to please uphold the Historic Preservation Ordinance and deny the application as designed in order to preserve a significant building in a major historic district in Princeton. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, let me thank Mr. Zink for his presentation, and let me introduce our last, but by no means not esteemed witness, Dr. David Kinsey, who's a well-known professional planner. I've mentioned him before, and I will allow him to introduce himself. I think he just needs the plug for his computer.
Right, thank you.
Can you get on?
Elizabeth, just plug it. Yeah. Mr. Herbert, while we're waiting.
Do you have a microphone?
Yes. There we are. My name is...
Microphone, is your microphone on?
Yes, Mr. Herbert, my name is David Kinsey. I'm a licensed professional planner.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I so affirm.
And Dr. Kinsey, you're an esteemed planner. You've testified in many of the affordable housing litigations. Is that
Yes.
correct? The trial. I think we spent about 40 days together in front of Judge Jacobson, right?
41.
So you've
Over
been
6 months.
So as a planner, you were an advocate for affordable housing.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't mean to ignore, Mr. Herbert, your long tenure in that case.
I was in and out. Thank God. If I had stayed there, my towns would have fired me.
I was in for 6 months there, and then there was an earlier trial in Middlesex County as well.
With Judge Wolfson, yes.
Yes.
I was also there for part of that time as well. So.
Okay.
We've been to affordable housing held together.
Well, members of the commission, you've heard a lot this evening. I'm a resident of Aiken Avenue, just on the kind of the edge of Jugtown. I've lived there since 1985. I am a planning consultant, have been for decades, but I've been helping out the Save Jugtown group as a volunteer. This is pro bono, because I think the issues are very important. Part of my experience is that I've analyzed land use compatibility and historic resources for more than 40 years under the Coastal Area Facility Review Act, known as CAFRA, that I administered when I worked in the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. Those are important issues that you have to wrestle with. And as Mr. Herbert alluded to, I've been involved in Mount Laurel affordable housing planning, litigation, and compliance planning in Princeton and throughout the state for decades, since 1985. But this is not an affordable housing issue. The issue before the commission is whether the applicant's proposal complies with the Historic Preservation Ordinance, period. I have some experience in historic preservation directly as well. The applicant's proposal you've heard about in several different presentations. I'd like to focus on just a few pieces to reiterate what my colleague Clifford talked about, the proposed to demolish a piece of the building, that original 18th century brick wall. So that's part of the proposal before you. Yes, apartments will be developed. There's a garage, gaping large hole. The proposal for the new porch is within the State Department of Transportation right-of-way. It's coterminous with the Kings Highway National Register District, but if to build in a state DOT right-of-way, one needs to get a highway occupancy permit. Whether DOT would authorize such a permit, which would trigger involvement by the State Historic Preservation Office, is unknown. And finally, my colleague Kathy corrected the floor area of the building. So it's the building footprint that's perhaps 4,000 or so square feet. But the total building will be 5 times as proposed of the existing part of the building that will remain. So 5 to 1 is the ratio. In my opinion, this commission cannot make 4 key findings that are required under the Historic Preservation Ordinance in order to approve this preservation plan. They've been presented to you several times. I'll simply list the 4 here that are most important in my opinion. The 3rd and 4th are those that Ms. Kim's report referred to as the additional criteria. They are important in their own right and are spelled out here. I'm going to go through each of the 4. I'll try to do it as quickly as possible, trying not to be too repetitive. And part of the big challenge before this commission is you get to interpret very important terms. What does compatible mean? What does overwhelm mean? What does loom mean? What does adversely affect mean? That's your responsibility. In fact, I think most zoning ordinances do not define the word compatible. Princeton's doesn't. But to me, compatible structures are those that are capable of existing together in harmony. That's somewhat of a dictionary definition. The New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection has a definition adopted by rule decades ago that speaks to compatible uses existing together without aesthetic or functional conflicts. So I'm guided by those definitions of compatible. What's proposed is a 4-story, almost, you've heard it many times, 45 feet tall addition to an existing 2-story, barely 30-foot tall building. That, to me, is a significant aesthetic conflict, and it is therefore incompatible with the existing structure. The image below is, again, it's the applicant's rendering that we've added yellow for the mass of the existing building. That's a huge difference in scale and massing. The second important finding that I think you cannot make is that the proposal is appropriate to and compatible with the existing structures in this district. And I will take you now through a quick survey of the 4 structures that are in the overlap between the AH02 and the historic district, looking at their heights, and there's some images of them. So this is the one 3-story addition. This is new. This commission approved it. You helped the applicant work through a design. It complies with the existing underlying zoning. This predates the AH02. So the addition is 35 feet according to the plans that were approved on the basis for building. And the 19th century structure is just under 27 feet high and has a gable roof. One of the earliest buildings at the corner, on the northwest corner of Harrison Street and Nassau Street, is at 342. It's a 2-story, 29.5-foot building with an attic with a 1-story wing. The wing used to be on the Harrison Street side, and then it was moved, I think after World War II, to the western side when Harrison Street was widened. Third building, the Graves Architecture Offices. So the first portion of this building was built in the 18th century. That's the 2-story main largest building portion of frontage on Nassau Street. That's perhaps 28.5 feet high. And then there's a 2.5-story addition in the early 19th century with dormers. It's perhaps 37 feet 9 inches. And then all the way on the west along the Harrison Street frontage is a very small 1-story wing built in the early 20th century. That's only 13 feet high. And then finally, across the street from the applicant's site is the Realtor office. It's a mixed-use building. It has apartments upstairs. It's early 19th century. It's been altered over the years, of course. But again, it's only 27 feet 8 inches. All of these are really different in scale than what's proposed by the applicant. Okay, next required finding that I think you cannot make, that this project will not adversely affect the ambience, character, and appearance of the Jugtown district. Well, what shapes that character and that ambience? To me, it's the scale of the building. It's mostly 2 and 2.5 stories at most, clustered at this intersection. Yes, there's one that's 35 feet and one that's a bit higher, but with dormers. And then secondly, the architecture is consistent. It's colonial and early 19th century. That's what shapes the character of this district. And what's proposed is very different. It would adversely affect this character. It's more than a 50% increase in height to reach the 45-foot height. And the bulk that results is massive. It would by far exceed the bulk of the existing buildings. It would rise above, and in my view, overwhelm. That's the appropriate verb. It would overwhelm the existing building and adversely affect the streetscape. I took the photo on the bottom right and then added the red circle to show sky. That sky you see today, standing on the sidewalk, looking north, that sky you will not see in the future if the building is built as proposed. And that, to me, is an adverse effect on the streetscape.
That's slide 11 of Mr. Kenzie's presentation.
Yes. The third significant finding concerns the visual compatibility of the structure to places within the district to which it is visually related. So how are things visually related? Well, it's what one can see and what they look like. And again, it's scale, massing, height, all of those considerations. Here, the visual incompatibility arises because of the significant differences, again, in scale, massing, and bulk. The proposed addition, this 4-story addition, it would not be a backdrop to these issues. And again, that's your standard backdrop. Rather, it would overwhelm those structures. Fourth consideration, height. Is the height visually compatible with the structures? And again, the height is significantly taller than any structure anywhere in the Jugtown Historic District. Nowhere else is there a 4-story building. It's a full story taller than any existing structure. The height is not visually compatible with the structures due to these stark differences in height. And then finally, the Secretary of Interior standards are important, as Ms. Kim pointed out, that the standards are part of the impetus and origin for your own historic preservation ordinance. One of the key guidelines in the section on exterior additions recommends against, quote, constructing a new addition that is as large as or larger than the historic building, which visually overwhelms it. Well, that's happened here in the applicant's proposal. The proposal would be 5 times as large as the 2-story building. That would be an overwhelming of the historic building. And the image below comes from the guidelines of the National Park Service, and it shows an existing historic structure which has to the rear an addition with a hyphen, and it's compatible based on materials, design, and location. All of those critical factors in achieving compatibility. And then finally, not a decision for this commission, but pertinent to this application, is the AHO2 overlay zones requirement that Clifford mentioned concerning the requirement of retention of street fronting buildings. That's what the overlay ordinance requires. Quote, retention of the street fronting buildings in existence at the time of adoption of this ordinance. That was 2020. And buildings are listed specifically that are required to be retained, and that includes 344 Nassau Street. The ordinance, the overlay ordinance, does not require preserving just the facade or some part of the building. It simply says the buildings that existed at the time the ordinance was adopted. So in my opinion, the applicant's proposal, which is to demolish the two-story rear addition of the building that existed in 2020, simply does not qualify for the AH02 standards, as it fails to retain that street-fronting building. So in conclusion, the commission, in my opinion, cannot make the critical findings required for an approval. The commission should deny the application for the demolition as well as for preservation plan approval, and the commission should exercise its advisory role with the planning board and advise the planning board to deny the application for major site plan approval on the basis of this conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, let me thank Dr. Kinsey for his presentation and our other three experts as well. That concludes the objector's presentation. However, at the appropriate point, as would Mr. Tarr, I'm sure, I'd like to offer some summation. And of course, that would be after the public comment, and we don't want to interfere with the public's ability to speak.
I was going to ask the commission members if there are specific questions to the presenters, and then I would like to get to public comment as quickly as possible, given the time. Yes, Mr. Pyle.
Yes, first of all, I thank all the presenters, both for and against, very sincere and well-considered presentations. Thank you. So many questions have been sparked by this. Are we really going to have enough time to go through all the specific questions that we panelists, not just myself, but all of us would have, that we'd like to direct to the participants?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of material will be covered through, so you're saying in effect, you have questions for the applicant and for the objectors.
I do. I have about 15 or 20 questions that I've just raised, but I'm sort of a junior member of this outfit, and I have a lot to learn. But it's a practical question for you as the chairwoman, I suppose, and that is, how do we get a chance to dialogue with all the various viewpoints that have been made?
Well, first, if you don't mind, I would like to get the public a chance to just give their comments before we could go on to your questions. And then I think we will have time. I would like to advise the public that we would not so much like to hear a repetition of what you heard in the presentations, but perhaps unique points that might not have been covered, or if you do just want to say you support one side or the other, please make that point brief. Thank you.
And also, Madam Chair, when the public comes up, if one member of the public makes a point, try not to make the same point over and over again. Again, we're looking for unique questions, or just to state your support or opposition.
All right, the first person is Alex Randall.
I've been here since 4 o'clock yesterday because this matters. My name's Alex. I sat here in an empty room for an hour waiting for all of you yesterday. My name is Alex Randall. I live at number 4 Queenston Place. I walk past the neighborhood regularly. First, I want to lay to rest. First, I want to thank you because you sit here and listen to all of this. You guys are wonderful. I'm very impressed with your conversation and the proceedings that you've done. I want to lay a red herring to rest. People who have been proponents of this project have said that the opponents are fighting because of affordable units. I personally want to state that the affordable units are just fine with me. I spent 25 years teaching in the poorest place in America, and I have no problem living around the corner from people who are poorer than I am. I would like to commend the Barskys on the design of other projects that are sensitive to the neighborhood, well-proportioned and fitting. This one is not. It is out of proportion. It overwhelms the Harner House. The view from the sidewalk on Nassau Street is simply a disaster. It looks like Kilroy hanging his fingers and nose over the wall. The facade is in no way complementary to the Horner House. The windows that are trying to be shutters are a brilliant architectural idea. I want to commend the architect on that, but it doesn't work being a shutter. It's not, and it doesn't look like a shutter. The parking is sadly deficient, makes no provision for Ubers, food deliveries, or moving vans. I wonder how the people are going to move into these apartments when you can't put a moving van anywhere. This looks to me, having done real estate development, like the developer said to the architect, how do I get the most units into this space that I can squeeze in, rather than how can I build something that fits in? And what we see, let me get as many units as I can, is a driver of profit rather than being driven by aesthetics. This building peaks out above the top. The roof line is a disaster, and it stands in shocking contrast to the work that was done in 1985 to build a building that did not overwhelm the historic building. The 1985 construction looked great by comparison to what we're seeing. I urge the board to reject it. I urge the developer to rethink this. Now, if you start at the Bank of America and come down to the corner and go around the corner to the city lot, just past the firehouse, just past the podiatrist, if you count, there are 7 driveways into that corner and 5 separate parking lots, all of which are separate from one another with fences and walls and dividers and turn around funny ways. I don't know how Whole Foods manages their parking. But I wish the developer would look at this entire neighborhood and make a proposal for something that isn't one lot big building, but rather a reconfiguration of all the driveways, all of the parking, and put a building above the parking in the back, above Whole Foods parking lot, above Bank America's parking lot, that could be 5 stories because it would be so far set back from the road. As many have said, I have said this before, why don't you work with the Bank of America and build a building there that isn't in the historic area, where there's ample land, and have the bank as a tenant? Please do not build this. You can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig.
All right. Thank you, Joshua Desai.
Hello. Thank you for everyone for presenting today, both sides. Thank you, committee, for having us and for taking public comments. I think there's 3 points I'd like to make. The first is, as I look around this room, I'm probably best suited to be what the applicant wants as a tenant for the building. Young person, young family. Young person, young family. Will be in Princeton for a long time, hopefully. And so we moved here for the exact reasons that the applicant pointed out. It's a community in which we can walk around. It's multi-purpose. I love not having to drive everywhere. I love taking my stroller out with my son. It's everything we wanted. Those pieces aren't very unique to Princeton. I know we all think they are. They're not very unique. We looked at everything from kind of Westchester down, and there's lots of communities that have that. What is unique to Princeton is the historical charm that this community provides. And I worry, and this has been mentioned before, but I worry that as we drive into Princeton, as someone who just moved here, it ruins that historical charm. We drive in and we see this massive 4-story building. It certainly stands out. There's no other way to say it. It is large. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong architecturally with the building. I don't know. I'm not an architect. It just doesn't seem to be appropriate for the historic nature of Jugtown or the historic nature of the building. And I think it creates a bad precedent. So that's one. I think second, from a safety perspective, the setback issue is real. I currently walk to the Whole Earth Market. I think that having a narrower sidewalk is not great. I would think, if anything, we should expand that sidewalk. And then 2, as someone who goes to the train every day, that goes to New York every day, and I'm not sure how many people do It's 5 p.m. on Tuesdays, probably not many in this room, but for people that go to the train every day, especially when Washington is closed and we have to use Harrison, there's a backup every morning and every evening. And every morning and every evening, you kind of hope that there's no accident because people drive aggressively. You're going to add more traffic, more people that are walking. It seems like a pretty terrible idea. And I'd say that also, as someone who's a big proponent of affordable housing, someone who's a son of immigrants, whose family has been supportive of affordable housing, whose family's kind of grown up in affordable housing, I'd love to see more affordable housing in Princeton beyond what we currently have. It just seems like it's actually kind of insulting to put affordable housing on that corner in which it's dangerous and is a safety issue. And the third piece I'd point out is what I don't really understand, and this, again, this is my first time in this committee room, but what I don't understand or see is the architect and the developer historical precedent based on coming to this committee for other projects that they've done, what has actually been proposed and what's actually been executed, and has the execution complied with what was originally proposed from a historical standpoint. Those data points are important. I'm not saying that they have or have not. I just don't know, and therefore it's not. From a public standpoint and perspective, it's very difficult to make an assessment. Last point, and I'm sure you hear this all the time, this would be much more convenient over Zoom. And to the extent that we could do that next time, that would be helpful because I have a young son. And as much as I'd love to hear every single public comment here on afterwards, because I think it's really important, I have to go home and read my son Goodnight Princeton because he will not go to sleep until I do. And I hope that when he reads it to his kids, this town will still continue its vibrancy and historical significance that it is today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Christine Lewandowski.
Hello. Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. I am Christine Lewandowski, and I have over 30 years' experience in planning and historic preservation.
Ms. Lewandowski, do you have an address?
413 South Main Street, Pennington.
Thank you.
I have over 30 years' experience in planning and historic preservation. I'm a licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey, and also a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. I worked for 26 years for the municipality of Princeton and the township of Princeton, and I worked on the ordinance which you are using and referring to tonight for about 2 years. So I'm very familiar with it. I want to say that the panel of 4 here have brought up many important facts, especially how the proposed application is not compatible with all of the criteria that is in the ordinance, that are in the ordinance, which will bring a conclusion of either the acceptance or denial of the preservation plan. So I'm not going to repeat that, but I do want to just say a few things. First of all, the Kings Highway view shed, that was something that was extremely important when we were doing that National Register nomination. The line of the right-of-way and also the Kings Highway goes through the front of the building of 344 Nassau, about 10 feet. But we were so concerned about the view shed that it actually goes up Harrison Street 50 feet from that point, because we never dreamed that that view shed would be changed so dramatically as it could be in this proposal. I agree with Mr. Zink's opinion that the coop and maybe the barn or stable that was in the rear of the property is very important. I mean, we can't forget that, you know, in Leicester, England, under a paved parking lot, they found the burial of Richard III. And I'm not saying that's going to happen here. we're not going to find Washington's tomb, but it's still important. We cannot forget that what we don't see is also important. I would like to also state that we have to remember that the Historic Preservation Commission doesn't approve this application. It makes recommendations to the planning board. And so it's very important that the planning board be aware of the ordinance, and they're not always in tune or knowledgeable as the HPC. So I recommend that in your report to the planning board that you include all of the criteria. You have Ms. Kim's report sent to all the members of the planning board. And there's one last thing here. I want one point in the criteria that I don't think was mentioned. This is section 10B 386.3. It talks about the fact that an addition should not be added to an existing building within the district unless it preserves or enhances the historical or architectural value and character of the structures and seeks to restore the structure or the part covered by the application to the known or reasonably conceived appearance and the appearance that it had when it was first constructed. And I think that's a very important part, and also part of the 10B 386 criteria. And you have a difficult time ahead of you with this report, but good luck.
Thank you. James Bash.
Thank you. My name is James Bash. I live on Harrison Street, about a half-mile south of the property we're discussing tonight. Just over a week ago...
You're at 207 South Harrison Street. Is that
Bash, you're
correct?
one step ahead of me, Esquire. Just over a week ago, as you heard, Preservation New Jersey named the 1760 Joseph Horner House as one of our state's 10 most endangered historic places in 2024. Now, I think that should say enough right there. You are our Historic Preservation Commission, our firewall and bulwark to protect irreplaceable historic properties. So theoretically, I should just be able to drop the mic right now and we can all go home. But I will make a few more comments. 2 words: breathing space. I think that is what's critically missing here. For a historic building like this, not to be smothered and suffocated, but to actually have some breathing room and still contribute importantly in its own right. Not to be subsumed and assimilated almost like the Borg on Star Trek, if you're familiar. There was much talk on the applicant's part about how to reduce the perceived mass of their building. But the best way to reduce the perceived mass of the building is to actually reduce the mass of the building. And not to try to shoehorn an elephant into a bathtub. What's more, ironically, the applicant seemingly denigrates and wants to demolish the 1985 edition. But I feel they've gotten the wrong message here. I believe they should instead look to the 1985 edition for how to respect historic buildings and do things right. Lastly, our town's esteemed historic preservation officer in her report has made over 24 comments and concerns regarding this application. I count at least 10 strong objections some of which Mr. Zink highlighted in his presentation, all politely phrased objections, but significant concerns nonetheless. I and the nearly 1,500 other residents who have signed the petition opposing this application hope that you will listen. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Next is Scott Blanford.
Hi, everybody.
Mr. Blanford, what is your address?
310 Nassau. I live just down the street from 344, and I love living in Jugtown. I love living in Princeton. I love living in Jugtown. I'm not originally from here. It's a fantastic area. We walk all the time. It's beautiful. It's a gorgeous little village. And you could build a great project at 344. It could be affordable. It could bring all kinds of different people into town. It could make and enhance, just like the 1985 edition did, it could enhance that property, and it could be fantastic. This is not that project. This project is a massive luxury apartment complex built on a treacherous intersection. And, you know, despite many entreaties with the builder to design a project that was appropriately sized and historically respectful, what's been offered here to you today is reckless in its intended impact to the building, reckless in its impact to the streetscape, and reckless in its impact to the neighborhood. But in addition to the poor spirit of the project, this project is also technically defective in all the ways I will not go through, we've heard all day today, and it has been a day. I just want to make a couple of extra points here. Despite the fact that there are big historic issues with it, anybody who lives or drives near that intersection knows how dangerous it is. The last thing we need at that intersection is a 15-car parking garage that spills right out into the corner. And lastly, you know, Bruce mentioned this earlier, the AH02 zoning change that this whole project is premised on was defective in its inception as prior notice was not given to the residents. There was no opportunity for the neighborhood to weigh in and voice their concerns about the potential for massive overbuilding here. And so as a result, myself and the others here, representative of the neighborhood, are reserving the right to challenge the overlay ordinance as illegal in a possible judicial action, and I just wanted to make sure that we captured that for the record. Members of the commission, our town and community count on you to provide critical protection for our historic zones. We count on you to look out for us and for the small and shrinking areas of our town that connect us to Princeton's historic past. We're now counting on you to help save the Horner House, one of New Jersey's most endangered historic sites. For all of us assembled here tonight, the real question is, if this project is not the place that you stop something, like when? What? This is so poorly formed. How could you stop anything else if you don't stop this? We need you now, and we urge you to put a halt to this project, not just in any way, in the strongest language you can muster. You got to say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Marco Sacchi. Okay, then we have Carol Friend. Okay, then we have Mary Beth Vaselli, Steve Greenbaum, Don Denny.
And folks, when somebody is speaking from the public or even from the presentation, I ask you hold your applause till the end. If we applause every line, we'll be here all night. So thank you.
Good evening, and thank you to the members of the commission for your volunteer time in what is really a critical venture for the town of Princeton and this particular project tonight. My name is Don Denny, and I live at 335 Nassau Street. The neighborhood and town objections to this application are all about the history of Jugtown, of Princeton, of New Jersey, and of the country, each reflected in historical designations at the local, state, and federal levels. While HPC is technically advisory to the planning board in this application, except for the proposed demolition, HPC is in actuality the determining body. If you say no, that this application fails to meet historic requirements, then the developer will have to change the design to fit the historic requirements, which it clearly does not do now. Just say no. This addition is big. It's really big. The back of the Horner house would be removed. The new addition would be 45 feet versus 29 feet. It would lie on top of the back of the existing building. This scale just doesn't fit Jugtown, and I think we've seen ample evidence of that demonstrated tonight. What about AH02, which is what the ordinance that allowed this project to come in at the size that it has? Sorry about that. Section 13, and this has been alluded to a couple of times, but I think it deserves extra emphasis. Section 13 of the ordinance requires the retention of the street fronting buildings. The ordinance doesn't say the front of the building, it doesn't say the facades, the walls, the windows, or the foundations. The buildings weren't parceled up into protected and not protected parts. The buildings that front on the street must be retained. Quote, in existence at the time of the adoption of this ordinance. This covers the 1985 edition. Under AH02, if that's the rule you're using, under AH02, that edition has to stay. This language is remarkably blunt and straightforward. The applicant's plan instead subsumes the existing historic corner house, incorporating it into a new apartment building. It does not meet the requirements of AH02. I urge HPC to deny this application. The application fails both the historic preservation ordinance standards and AH2 grounds. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, next person is Jake Sage.
Hi, I live at 111 Patton Avenue. When I was in college, I took a course in art and architecture, and I remember the professor saying that one important and perhaps the most important element in good architecture was a harmonious relationship between the vertical and the horizontal. And so I won't repeat what everyone else has said. The building is just too tall. It overwhelms the historic structure. It demeans it. It diminishes it. That's it. What really bothers me is this roof line that hasn't been mentioned enough. There is an extension of the roof line from Nassau Street backwards and upwards. And the only way I can describe it and the way I think of that roof line and how it distorts the historic nature of the harmony of the old building is if you've ever been to the Thomas Sweet's ice cream store on Nassau Street, there's a mirror there that does exactly the same thing to the human body. And kids and adults find it hilarious, and it is hilarious. But when you do that to any piece of architecture, certainly when you do that to a historic piece of architecture, you are desecrating the structure. And I would hope that this committee would do something to prevent that sort of desecration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Maggie Deppenbach.
And again, the public, I know that there are people asking, just say no, do something about this. Remember what this commission can only do. We can only make recommendations back to the planning board. So just keep that in mind in your comments.
Great. Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yep.
My name is Maggie Deppenbrock, and I live at 333 Nassau Street in close proximity to the proposed development. I've spoken previously to this commission at the concept review last year, and I've also voiced my concerns related to the application via several letters to the editor. So I feel I've been quite vocal on my concerns surrounding sheer scale and size, as well as the setbacks that so many here have echoed. So I wondered what I could say to further my points, but I'll give it a try. As a longtime homeowner in Jugtown, now for over 20 years, I take great pride in my home and ensuring alterations I've made over the years respect the integrity of our historic community. The added burden of seeking the HPC approval to these improvements is not insignificant, but a burden I understood when I purchased my home, one I viewed positively, ensuring the historic character of the neighborhood I fell in love with would be maintained. My neighbors and I view ourselves not simply as homeowners, but rather caretakers of these properties so that future generations have glimpses into Princeton's past. This fact was emphasized even more to me just this weekend. On Saturday, I was sitting on my front steps potting plants with my elementary-aged children, who also call this district their home. A woman who was approaching our house from the Harrison Street corner called out to me. She said, "I'm so glad to see you outside, as I'll get to tell you what a wonderful job I think you've done with your home." As some of you may recall, my husband and I are winding down our second substantial renovation to our home that I purchased in 2004. If you ever live through a renovation, you'll know how trying it can be at times on your patients, your daily routine disruption, financials, and even marital accord. So to hear her unsolicited positive comments last Saturday was so very welcome after a long process. She went on to say she grew up in Princeton. She now lived in Connecticut, but is back often to visit family. She's been watching the progress on our home over the last year and a half and wanted the opportunity to tell me how the addition was so sensitive to the neighborhood and fits so well in the character of Jugtown. I reflected for her a moment after thanking her and seeing her on her way. Sensitive, her word, not mine. That's exactly what my husband and I aim to achieve. That's exactly what your council, when we sought approval from this very same body, was targeted to ensure. It is exactly what the Historical Preservation Ordinance requires. So I asked the applicants, as I understand themselves longtime Princeton residents, don't you hope that the same type of compliment could be conveyed to you when your modifications are concluded? If you aspire for those compliments, then I suggest be sensitive to the historic neighborhood it sits within by reducing the sheer size and scale of it to allow this pivotal building to breathe and not be consumed by the massive addition you propose that stands to engulf it. Be sensitive to your neighbors, and not just the immediate commercial buildings that you chose to compare yourself to, but to the residential homes in the district as well. The ordinance requires visual compatibility with the district as a whole, and a 4-story building is not. Be sensitive to pedestrians, whether it be my small children walking to the middle school or the Grover ballparks one day soon, or just the everyday pedestrian out taking a walk, by further increasing the building setback from Harrison Street to allow for increased visibility at an already treacherous intersection. I challenge you, be more than simply a developer in our community. Join us and become caretakers of it. I urge the HBC to follow the clear requirements set forth in the Princeton Historic Ordinance and deny this application as currently proposed. The denial must be strong, not hinged on mere cosmetic changes, or I'm afraid the planning board to which you officially advise won't much listen. Your actions here affect more than just one building, but sets precedent for future development in historic districts under any AHO overlays. Please stand up now for what you should have been consulted about all along. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Walter Frank? Sorry, is Walter Frank here?
My name is Walter Frank, and we live at 41 Riverside Drive. I want to make a point that maybe unnecessary, but I think it's an important, possibly an important one. But it starts actually with the last paragraph of a memorandum that Thomas Jefferson wrote to George Washington in 1791. So you can't get more historic than that, I guess. The point was this. Washington was considering whether the Bank of the United States that had been just enacted by Congress whether he should sign the legislation or not. And he asked Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson to write what he knew would be competing memos about the constitutionality of the act. It's the last paragraph of Jefferson's memo that is, to me, is so remarkable. At the end of the memo, he said to Washington, look it, well, he didn't say look it, but you get the point. He said, if the balance of the arguments are sort of even in your own mind, then you should actually sign the legislation. In effect, he was saying that a tie goes to the other side. which is remarkable in itself, particularly in this day and age. But the point was, he was saying that deference to the Congress required him to actually do something that Jefferson didn't want him to do. And the only reason I'm raising this is this. I had the pleasure of serving on the Board of Education more than 20 years ago. And occasionally there would be issues that where the arguments were sort of they were both reasonably strong. And so the question was, well, how did I try to make the decision as to how I would vote, and the thing was obvious. It was what was most consistent with the responsibilities of being a board member, and your responsibility is to the history and to the generations that have come before and have come after. And so, if there are, I hope very much that this is an unnecessary point, because I think that objectors have made such an overwhelming case that I can't imagine there's much indecision. But if there's sort of a balancing going up in your mind, I think that the points that people have made here is that you need to stand for history, you need to stand for a strong statement of deniability. If this project is denied, nothing changes. If it's approved, everything changes. And I think that that's a critical point. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Joe McCarthy. All right, Liddy's Frank.
Lydia Frank and I live at 41 Riverside, but we used to live in Jugtown, and we still live very close to it. We're sort of on the edge of it. I often walk into town, and I'm just very concerned about the traffic. I actually requested from the Princeton Police the record of how many accidents have occurred at that corner, and so they only give you the last 3 years. But in the last 3 years, there have been 25 traffic accidents at that corner, which is a lot.
Can I just stop there? So we're going to talk about the historic components here, but I suggest you go to the planning board hearing,
Okay, yeah.
because that will
Okay.
be part of
Okay.
that hearing
Okay, yeah,
as well.
I definitely will. I just
Okay.
wanted to say that that parking garage just seems to be an horrendous idea at that
Right,
location.
but just remember, we're here to discuss the historic nature of the application, not things like traffic we're here to discuss the historic nature of the application, not things like traffic or production of school children or anything like that.
Okay, thank you. Nancy Johnson? Constance Farrow? No? Richard Reed Delgado? Oh, sorry, Franz Coates. I'm Richard Delgado. Oh, okay. I guess you go after
Franz is,
Richard.
Franz is first.
Yeah, Franz and then Richard, sorry.
Franz Gutsia. I live at 7 Princeton Avenue, which is a block from Jugtown. I've been in Princeton for 30 years. I just want to make one comment. I started a company, 2000, 3 people. We had offices in Princeton, West Windsor, Boston. I sold that company, then commuted for 11 years to New York, 3 hours a day. I then got a satellite office in the area. I have a lot of sympathy with Mr. Barsky for building offices and trying to invest in a local community. That being said, I do want to say that there is a reason why I commuted all those years. There's a reason I was able to attract staff to Princeton. And it was not because it was just a matter of finding a place for them to live. If people want to live in livable places, close to stores that they can walk in massive apartment buildings, there is a place like that. It's called Brooklyn. I did not attract those people here. They came here because they wanted a place of livable scale. I wanted to get a sense of what this building looks like. So I looked online. Princeton Public Library is 58,000 square feet. Tonight we heard this application is 21 to 24,000 square feet. So rough cut the Princeton Library, 36 to 40% of it, take it to Jogtown, plop it on the corner, 5 feet from the curb, on top of one of the most historic buildings, probably in New Jersey. And if that doesn't raise your eyes, then think, well, there's another property across the street, 342. It has a nice parking lot behind it too. So if it's appropriate to put it on that side of the road, why don't we put another one on the other side of the road? So now you've got essentially the Princeton Public Library split across the road, and you've got a nice tunnel in between to drive. And as Mr. Ryan said, that's a good thing. People will slow down. Yes, people generally slow down driving into tunnels. That is not what Princeton should look like. So I have a lot of sympathy for this application, but I just think it's completely out of scale visually and with the character of a neighborhood, and that is in your purview. So I would ask you to recommend to the planning board that this not go forward, and I hope that the planning board also sees this as the one time they have promised the master plan, pass it, we'll see what happens. The Historical Preservation Committee is there, and the planning board is there, and the regulations will be written later, and we'll sort it all out. Well, the rubber meets the road now. It's been 20 years since consolidation. This application is going to determine what Princeton looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Richard, thank you.
Yes, my name is Richard R. Delgado. Most people call me Rich. I reside at 25 Van Deventer Avenue. I understand that perhaps the correct pronunciation is Van Davender. I want to commend the Historic Preservation Officer and the opponents of the project for their diligence and thoroughness in reviewing this. I'm very concerned with the viewshed or viewscape of the project. I don't live particularly close to it, and in this country we tend to have historic preservations for big, majestic houses, and the houses of people that you recognize from your elementary school history book as important figures, Washington, Hamilton, Jefferson, etc. We don't give a lot of attention in history so far to the small people, the ordinary people, the people that are really the backbone of this country. We don't give a lot of attention to the small houses. Jogtown, a wonderful collection of small houses. You don't see that very much in this country. If we were talking about a biological species, we'd call it an endangered species. And I think, as I said, my concern is the visual impact of a very large project behind a very small house in a setting of a collection of small houses that are significant historically. It's not just one house. It's many historic houses. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Filler? Okay. Diane Friedman? I yield. Okay. And Carol Kuser? Carol Kuser?
And your address is what, Lambert Drive?
175 Lambert Drive. My name is Carol
Thank you.
Kuser. And I probably should yield because really what I'm saying is emotional and it's been said and affirmed. I didn't know that there was a term for it, viewshed, but when I drive from Kingston, I used to live at 127 Cedar Lane, which was in those days referred to as Jugtown. It was known as Jugtown. We moved in 1960. But when I drive from Kingston and approach that corner from even, I'd say, a half mile away, I feel a change in my breathing. And it's because of what the Quaker from New Hampshire called viewshed I had never heard of. But when I told my friend that that's how I feel, she said, oh, no one's going to care about your breathing. But that is what these historic buildings do. And what I would love to see happen, I don't know, I have a bet with two people that this deal has already been inked. And I don't really know who makes the decision whether this is going to happen or not. I don't know if the townspeople's feelings or attitudes or viewpoints matter in the least. But I would love to not have that gut-wrenching feeling of that house not being freestanding anymore, because that's what gives a deep breath when we approach that corner. So thank you for being here, and thank you, Quaker from New Hampshire, for giving me that phrase, and thank you, Clifford Zink, for everything you always say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that's our list of speakers for the public. Is one more? Okay, go ahead. Briefly.
I'm Rob Robertson. I live at 28 Mercer Street on the other side of town. But it's just amazing to hear all the presentations and the discussion about this project at a gateway to Princeton. It's a very special place, and I think everything has been very well said. I share the views that this project should not be approved. But I live at the other side of town at another gateway, at the corner of Mercer and Alexander. That's a very sensitive area as well, and there are coming threats there that are very, very serious, and those people that know about that area are becoming very concerned. So if this project here goes through, I really wonder what hope is there for another special gateway at the other end of Princeton. So I do think that the preservation ordinance seems to be clear on a lot of different points why this application should not be approved. And I really hope that the HBC can do the right thing and not approve it, and help to preserve all of Princeton, because it's a very special place. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
One last comment.
Okay.
I'm a resident of Princeton. My name's Ron Davis. I live at 94 Gallup Road.
I'm sorry, your name again, sir?
Ron Davis.
Diggs?
D-A-V-I-S. 94 Gallup. Two things I want to say. Number one, I think there's already been a lot of evidence provided by the panel here as to the reasons why the application should be denied and revisited. Revisit together, that's great. I'm not going to repeat them all. You've already heard it. The second thing is I just want to say how much I admire all of these people that are part of a neighborhood that care so much about it and so much about the historical preservation of this place and the viewship and all of the other reasons that they want to protect it, that I really applaud all of you for standing together. Congratulations on making a very compelling case, which hopefully you will accept. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to go back to the commission now, and I want to open it up for comments and questions. And Tom, did you want to start with your list of 15?
Well, I do have a lot of questions, but I also am very mindful and impressed by all the comments, especially from the residents who have taken their time to come in tonight and speak so forcefully their particular opinion.
Sure.
Tor and I want to resolve how we'll handle this if questions are given to experts from both sides simultaneously. So we all need to be able to answer. Good. The objectives will move towards here and we'll make space.
Right, okay, if you want to sit in the front row, and then, Mr. Tar, if your group wants to sit at the table.
Yeah, I think it'll work.
and
We'll
then-
just kind of share.
Yeah, and we'll find some more chairs.
We're just having some.
Yeah, I think
we're going to. And they can step
Right.
up if they have a question.
And
you, Chris. I didn't
people can always step up if they need to answer.
Yeah, I think we'll manage it.
Okay.
As long as Ms. Kim's okay then.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Why don't you guys come up here? There's plenty of room for the four. All right. Thank you.
Okay, just ask that you guys share your microphones, because I think that's necessary for us to be recorded. So no matter where you're sitting, just grab a mic, okay? Tom, go ahead.
So I don't want to also monopolize the questions. Mine may be of somewhat of a naive nature. I suppose some of the other commission members have questions as well. Would I be correct?
Oh, yeah, probably
All right.
more comments, yeah.
All right. All right. My general statement here is that I'm very sensitive to what I'm hearing tonight, and that is, at least from the people who have attended here, opposition to this particular project. I'm thinking as a member of the HPC, those of you who know me know that I'm very committed to historical preservation. I do so in other aspects. I was just talking to Brother Afrin about the work we've done in the Princeton Battlefield Society. Also, I'm very interested in affordable housing. I've had my late disabled son was a beneficiary of affordable housing, and I want to thank the gentleman who's on the board of the Princeton Community Housing, which provided a great benefit to my son. Thank God for the affordable housing. As I sit next to Brother Layton here, I am very sensitive to the idea that we as citizens of this town together have to work forward, looking forward to the future of this community, which is under intense pressure of different interests to try to form the future of Princeton. Pressures that are being put upon us, not necessarily of our own making, but that are somewhat inevitable. The expansion of the number of students at the university just being a major driver of the changes that we see before us. The challenges of affordable housing and income disparity that occurs just within the 8 miles between Nassau Street and Calhoun Street in our own county, and our obligations and responsibilities to provide sensible solutions for economic representation and opportunity for everybody. So that's I'm very mindful of my role sitting here tonight as a member of the Historical Preservation Commission, and thus I expect to judge this based on historical parameters, probably exclusively. But I'm just thinking here, feeling the intensity of the opinion here, what to do here as citizens working together, and how can we collaborate and work and build bridges together here to make something happen here, as was originally intended by the council when they put into play the overlay requirements. Those overlay requirements, zoning requirements, zoning opportunities, are really to try to address two things at once, at least as far as we're concerned here. Obviously the historical preservation, but also the economic nature and the opportunity that we as Princetonians are going to provide for our little society here and maybe the larger society around us. So my questions are all rather specific. I'm going to forego most of these questions, but I did want to just make that comment based on my own shared neighborhood experience with all of us here tonight, mindful of the strong feelings about this. So to the Barskys, I want to just say that I really appreciate, and also their professional team, the effort that you've put into this. And I believe you have been collaborating with the Historical Preservation Commission, as I understand it, as I have been told by the Historical Preservation Commission officer, making sincere efforts to try to address a real problem that is facing all of us together here, not just on the historical preservation, but also on the affordable housing, and also on just housing generally in very difficult to live in Princeton. So I'm sorry there was an unfortunate comment that talked about lipstick on a pig. This is not a pig that you're doing here. You have put something very thoughtful together. It's difficult. I've been a banker in my own previous life, and I appreciate projects, how difficult it is to put them together, how there's a need for profit to make sure it works all properly, and so on. So I really commend you and salute you for what you're trying to do for the benefit of the community. So we should try to keep that in mind. Okay. Sorry. But I also want to commend the opponents, because they raised a lot of interesting points that have gotten me thinking here. And I want to take these on board and digest these and accord to them the respect that these sincere comments have been put forward with. So I think I'm not going to actually get into my detailed questions, because I think I probably can answer them or get these answered a little bit more technically amongst ourselves. But I just wanted to put it out there as a neighbor to all of us, living as I do on Balsam Lane and having a rental property at 269 South Harrison. So I'm very familiar with the neighborhood and really appreciative of all the comments. So that's all I just want to say there.
Thank you. I guess I'll just go down the line then. Shirley, did you have any comments or questions?
Okay. Sorry this is in my way, but can you see me? I'm the historian of the African American community, and I'm also on this board. And the history of Princeton is extreme. It's in my heart. It's very important to me. That's why I started the history of the African Americans, which also includes Princeton. Jugtown is important to me because I have a little anecdote. I used to go to Evelyn Place with my mother. And the reason I went to Evelyn Place is because my physician was there. It was a woman who was my doctor when I was a little girl, and I was a little girl a long time ago. The other reason is because my grandmother used to walk. We talk about walkable Princeton. She used to walk from our house on Old Clay Street, down Nassau Street, through Jugtown, to Kingston, to the Mapleton Farms to get vegetables for our Harvest Home dinners. It's also important to me because along the way, she met a man who we called Mr. Henry. And Mr. Henry used to come to our house all the time. He was blind. And my grandmother would walk him to our house from Jugtown. The reason he was also important to me is because when we got on the telephone at Christmas and we called to speak to Santa Claus, he was Santa Claus. We talk about the King's Highway. The King George had providences in the United States, from Boston, Massachusetts to Charleston, South Carolina. Princeton in New Jersey was that route. Even before then were the Lenni Lenape Native Americans, who hollowed out what is now Route 27 from the Delaware River to the Raritan Valley. So it's very important. Jugtown is important to me. When I started my history of the African American community, I included Jugtown because I knew how important it was. And then I looked up because I wanted to make sure that when I talked about Princeton being historic, that I looked it up on Google, and this is what it said. Princeton's historic past is treasured, and its memory will be preserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. All right, David, did you have comments or questions?
I have a couple of comments. This has been a very fascinating 2 evenings. This is something that I've spent my whole life living and doing. Historic preservation is where I come from. It's where I keep going. To me, the challenge that's before us that we're all discussing so carefully is pretty much answered right in the Secretary of Interior standards in standard number 2. The historic character of a property will be retained and preserved. The replacement or alteration of features, spaces, and spatial relationships that characterize a property are to be preserved and that they're not to be harmed. It's supposed to be something that's cherished and respected. The spaces. And I feel this is all about what a lot of people in the audience tonight said, oh, I hadn't really thought about viewshed and open space, but I think it really is about the relationship also mentioned in the standards of solids to voids. And that could be about the building material itself, number of windows, number of spaces between openings, but I'm actually thinking about it more in terms of the space around a historic resource. I think what we're really doing is well, everyone's had lots of terms about towering over and stuff, but I think we're diminishing the significance of that building by just coming so close and hard onto it. It has felt for a long time like great idea, wrong place. That's what people all over town would say when you bump into them in the grocery store. So I hate to think of it this way, but the impact that's being talked about on this location, its space around it, its character, what it stood for, how long it's been there, that impact that everybody's talking about is really a very high price to pay for 3 affordable units. I mean, we're really talking about change, and the result, or what the other conversation in town, besides preservation, about the creation of affordable units, this is really high price to pay to get them. And that's, I think, all I want to say right now.
Elric, you're next.
I had my chance yesterday. I'm not going to dwell on some of the things I tried to portray about the building in question, but and the people, the applicants and the architect and the planner, all these people, I know they're good people and they are part of our community, but I really feel a great disappointment with this particular project. You know, you've bought one of the earliest and most interesting vernacular buildings in Princeton, but I don't see any sense there of taking an interest in that structure, in that property, from the point of view of our history, the history of the development of this country, because that road was so elemental. It was the main road, not just through New Jersey, but through the colonies. That was an important intersection. The people who lived there were part of their times. They built modestly. I mean, they used local materials. The thing that just dwells on me is looking at the fact that it's not just that wall in the kitchen wing, it's the entire interior of that structure which is being trashed. The floorboards that I pointed out in the attic, that's wood that was growing in this area in the 1600s. The brick that it's built of was fashioned from the earth in that area. The stone on which the foundations are built underneath it, that's stone from just down the road. The people who created it were local artisans who were facile at masonry with the decorative elements that I pointed out yesterday, who could make hardware, who could create these wonderful wide board doors, for instance, that extraordinary staircase. This is an effort which was made at a time which was very elemental, and none of that seems to be reflected in what you've come up with as an addition. When we went through this a year and a half ago, it just seemed like there was no conscious effort to create something with a mind to its history, to a mind to the community, to the streetscape, to the neighborhood, to the people who call that area home. it seems like you were trying to get every single square foot of space out of that area. You've not only you've created something which has no character at all, except a negative aspect with the existing building. You have affordable house. You've taken affordable housing and you've used that as an opportunity to get more out of that property than it would have been allowed without it. And it just seems like you have a house which has been a domestic space for most of its almost 300 years, and then you decide to trash the entire interior for a commercial space and create units which are oddly shaped with terrible views, with putting a burden not just on the community but on the people who live there trying to get out of that driveway, and it's insensitive on all of those points of view. And I know you're better than that, and you can tell that people care, but I don't see the sense that you ever really cared for the opportunities you had with that property. Enough from me.
All right, thanks, Alec. Okay, Roger.
In the recently adopted master plan, it says that, and I'm paraphrasing, increasing density doesn't have to be mutually exclusive with historic preservation. And this board has acted on that. Actually, prior to the master plan being adopted, we approved at least 2 developments in the AH01 district on Tulane Street. But context is everything, and this is a different animal. I had gone through the ordinance before coming here yesterday, went through it again today, and as been pointed out by many people, there are many provisions that I don't think this project measures up on, mostly in terms of not being appropriate to the character and appearance and ambience of the existing district. I'd like to, that's not for trying on the part of the developer. I mean, they had the AHO district to work with, and they went for it.
Thank you. I would like to, again, commend Elizabeth Kim for writing an excellent memo. I think Elizabeth summed up a lot of the issues that our commission is seeing with this project, and I definitely feel that we all agree with her in her memo and feel that the planning board needs to understand her arguments and the arguments of the neighbors and community out there. And I think that there are definitely possibilities for this area, but from the historic preservation perspective, I'm not really seeing a difference in opinion from Elizabeth's memo. So with that, I guess, would someone like to propose a motion that we, I don't know if we endorse Elizabeth's memo and the points that she makes in that object to points on this application, and that be conveyed to the planning board?
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if there's 2 parts of this, one which has to do with demolition and the other...
Could you speak in the microphone?
I'm sorry. I'm just wondering if there's 2 parts of that, one which has to deal with demolition and the second part which is HPC's recommendation to the planning board. But I defer to the attorney.
That would be probably the way to go, because you do have the 2 parts. And I'd like to speak to that, if I may.
Sure.
Your feelings with respect to compatibility and so forth are understood, and you'll convey what you convey. Several times this evening, it's been suggested that the removal of a portion of the 1985 edition was improper. You need to understand that the zoning officer has made the determination that the application is compliant in all respects. And in fact, reference was made to the Tulane property, where the back of that property was in fact removed and incorporated into another structure. So this is the third formal application. There's another right behind it, all of which have understood that the rear of a building can be removed. I mean, particularly because in this case, the 1985 element is not itself historic. So in making it's, subordinate to the broader recommendation that you're making, I fully understand that. But the technical determination that you've got to make that it's okay to remove part of the 1985 structure, the zoning officers determined that that's a conforming step.
Oh, so Mr. Tar, I'm sorry. So Mr. Tar, I believe that the reason I was just talking about the demolition was not actually related to the AHO2, but just the historic preservation requirement for demolition of any property that's in a historic district.
Fair enough.
May I just respond briefly? I think the important point is that, first of all, the zoning officer's determination on completeness is not really the issue here. To the extent a separate vote must be had on demolition, because that's within the board's mandatory jurisdiction, the board has to look at section 390 in particular in the code, which actually states, excuse me one moment, it gives the board a factual duty to rule on. It has nothing to do with the zoning officer's determination of completeness. Section 390 says, demolition or moving of a structure in an historic preservation zoning district shall be approved only if the structure cannot be put to a reasonable use and its preservation will impose a financial hardship on the applicant. So it's not for the zoning officer to decide these issues. It's for you to decide on your mandatory and unique jurisdiction on demolition. And there's a burden of proof that the applicant for demolition must meet. Is it shown by the evidence here that the structure cannot be put to a reasonable use, and both must be proved, its preservation will impose a financial hardship on the applicant? There's really no evidence offered about that. So the board really does not have any ability to approve demolition because the burden of proof by the applicant is not met. And so it's really irrelevant what the zoning officer says. I don't mean any disrespect to him. It's just not his purview, it's yours. And there's no evidence to support that burden of proof. Perhaps at another hearing the applicant meet that burden, but it didn't today. And therefore the board has no basis to approve demolition at all.
All right, so good points. With that said, then we would be looking at two different motions, one involving the demolition and one involving the endorsement of Elizabeth's memo and the issues that she raises with the application. So the first one, is there someone who would like to make a motion regarding any proposed demolition?
Is it possible for council to phrase how we approach this?
Madam Chair, maybe it could be referred to maybe that motion for, not for demolition, but motion to take an action one way or the other, either in support of or not support demolition.
Making a recommendation about demolition.
About demolition. All right, I'm not, yeah.
So the motion would be, does the commission recommend demolition be allowed to be carried out? Or does the commission make a motion to, is their recommendation that demolition not take place?
Okay, go ahead. Speak into the microphone.
The motion would be whether or not, there are two separate motions, a motion to recommend demolition or a motion to recommend that demolition not take place.
A motion to recommend that demolition not take place at this time because it has not been demonstrated in any way that it's, that the burden has been met.
Okay, that's clear. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so Elizabeth, do you want to take a roll call on that?
Yes.
So can I just ask for clarification?
Yeah.
Sorry, this is confusing. Sounds like demolition is part of their plan, right? And thus,
Right.
they would have to demolish in order to proceed, right?
Right, and we would be, the motion is to recommend that demolition does not proceed.
Okay. So by stating demolition doesn't proceed, we are then presuming then to deny the whole
Well, but again,
case.
it's a recommendation. So that recommendation can be approved or it cannot, but then the second motion would be on whether or not, the proposal, the development proposal should take place or not.
And both of these motions would go to the planning board.
So one can be,
It would,
Demolition is just the rear section of the building? or
Yes.
The interior of the building itself?
the proposal is just for the rear. It's not for the interior.
Right, and as far as the ordinance goes, we really,
So,
yeah, that's a,
We can only make a recommendation.
yeah.
but I believe that that's actually not true. I believe that HPC has a sole role for demolition.
Okay.
That's our position based on the reading of the ordinance, that you either approve or deny. It's not a matter of recommendation.
Right, and that's one of the reasons that noticing is required because of that criteria.
Yeah, it's an area of the law, and I don't disagree with your interpretation of it. It can be interpreted either way. Mr. Afrin gave an interpretation. Mr. Tarr, did you want to give an interpretation of the ordinance before we proceed, on your argument at all, or?
Well, our sense is we've presented enough information to the commission to allow it to proceed. It's a bathroom on the back of a 1985 structure. If you're going in a different direction and you want to go fully in a different direction, it's going to be the commission's opportunity to do so.
So just to be clear, if there's a logic pattern here. If we, let's say, approve, it would be illogical for us then to approve the demolition but not approve the project. Is that right? Because the two of them are inextricably linked.
Yeah, I mean, if you did not approve the demolition, they'd have to probably change their project around, the non-demolition of the back area.
Okay.
Is the issue that we have direct jurisdiction in the demolition issue?
You have jurisdiction over demolition as interpreted by Mr. Kim.
Are we leaving any room here for some ability for the applicant to work this out, to reframe this, or it sounds like we're moving towards a definite yes or no decision on this whole thing?
Well, on the part of the application, excluding the demolition, of course, that there's that opportunity for recommendations on what they could do. If the HPC determines that they vote for the demolition to be denied, that does not mean that the application cannot be modified. It's just that the application, as you see it today, could not go forward.
All right.
And again, this is only demolition of the 1985 sections, not for the historic structure.
If I may say, Madam Chair, there is demolition involved of the wall.
No,
That's
not-
purely,
Their testimony was that they were not touching the wall.
Yeah, they said the demolition would happen next to that wall, but not that wall.
Not the wall itself.
And again, if the wall they're referring to is interior to the space, and you have no jurisdiction over interior of the structure, so that's where we stand.
So it's the 1985 portion of the structure.
All right, so there was a motion by David, seconded by Elric.
That demolition not go forward
Yeah.
on the 1985 portion of the structure.
Yeah.
Okay. And
All
that leaves open the possibility that they could reformulate in the next vote, however
They would be able to
decide.
modify
Okay.
their application to incorporate the 1985 portion of the structure.
Okay, I think I'm clear on that.
So, okay, we can go ahead, I think.
Ms. Satterfield?
No.
No
Wait.
what?
All right, let
Wait,
me
wait,
just clarify. If you vote yes on this motion, then you are denying
Yes.
demolition.
Correct.
So if you vote no, you're approving demolition.
Right.
That's what I said.
Thank you.
I'm confused, yes,
So you're a yes?
yes.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Shatskin?
Yes.
Mr. Pyle?
Yes.
Mr. Endersby? Yes. Mr. Shore?
Yes.
Chair Capizoli?
Yes. Thank you. All right, now the second section is a recommendation to endorse, sorry, Elizabeth's memo regarding her objections to the application as presented.
As presented. Okay.
And she does reference various sections of the ordinance
She
and
does.
the Secretary of the Interior standards
Excuse me, Julie, how would that be presented to the planning board?
by me.
I'm just wondering, Madam Chair, would the memo outline the certain items under the recommendation comments that are specific to the objections, so it's easier and clearer?
Yeah, I guess write those in bold.
And would it be accurate to say that HPC is in line with these comments, and then list those? Would that be the best way?
Yeah, I think that would be the best way. And so with that said, is there a motion?
Again, we need a motion to accept Elizabeth Kim's memo with emphasis on the objectors' points that are also made in the memo.
Discussion?
Okay.
Okay, so can I just perhaps ask our counsel for clarification about the Department of Interior guidelines that have been referenced frequently here? We presume the guidance of those guidelines in a lot of our discussion. Is this actually part of our mandate? Is this part of our ordinance?
Yeah, it's part of our ordinance, yes.
Can I just ask the council, is that
Yes.
correct? It is. All right, so we are obliged to refer to those guidelines
Yes.
as part of our work.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Very good question, by the way.
Yeah.
Can I ask clarification for the motion from Mr. Shore? Would you also like to add, I believe there's one comment where it talks about HPC working with the applicant for a modified
Yes.
application
Of course.
to make it successful. So I just wanted to make sure that's, you want to include in there
Right,
as well?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
All right, so David made a motion and Tom seconded the motion.
I didn't quite second it. I heard somebody else second it, and then I asked for discussion.
No, there was not a second that I heard. But I'll second.
Okay.
Okay, Roger seconded.
Okay.
Okay. All right,
Ms. Satterfield? Yes. Mr. Shatskin?
Yes.
Mr. Pyle?
Yes?
Mr. Endersby?
Yes.
Mr. Shore?
Yes.
Chair Capizoli?
yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, thanks everyone for coming tonight. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Now, let's keep it going. Having a good time.
Second, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.